Good morning, day, night, evening, and afternoon, everybody. Welcome on to another fresh start Grim Dawn Sorcerer. Welcome on. We're gonna start episode 2 today. Last time we basically went through all of the main campaign, like the vanilla base game, Act 1 to 4. And today we're gonna head into the expansions. Keep in mind you can always check out the GRIMTOOLS links down below in the description if you're watching this on YouTube. So yeah, you can follow this build as well with the GRIMTOOLS links that are down below for every couple of levels. So what we're gonna do now is just, I don't know, just get through the acts, because honestly the gear I think is alright for now. I do wanna put something in my helmet. Ideally you wanna be respected with the comments chosen, which you are now. And this means we can get some new blueprint for a new component. So let's head on over to the Sorc Bastion here real quick. And I'll just put on the in-game music again. There we go. It's gonna be another piano. I mean, so far it's only 2 buttons, right? We only use thermite mines, cocktail, and fireball. It's pretty much only 1 button, right? I mean, not quite, but almost. Alright, so we are finally respected, which means we can buy these blueprints here. We can buy the +1 Oscars, the demo belt. We can buy the black tallow, blessed woodstone, blessed steel. The one that I'm actually looking for, though, for the head, was the sanctified bone, though. I could also play a runestone, but I think actually right now sanctified bone would be nicer. I think it's Black Legion then, maybe? Let me check. So there's a couple of other vendors over here in Homestead, right, that you can check out. The Quartermaster from the Black Legion, for example. Arcane Spark is a good item as well. Ballistic plating and fortitude. Where the hell is the... Is it from Homestead, maybe? Oh, there it is. Wait, how are we not respected with Homestead yet? What the fuck? I mean, killing beasts is one of the easiest, though, and the next act, Act 5, is gonna have lots of beasts. So I guess we will get there soon enough. Yeah, let's just continue here. Welcome in, Ponky. Welcome in, Centrix. How you guys doing? Oh yeah, talking about the belt though, I should not only look at the belt, I should also craft the belt. Now, these smiths have different completion bonuses, right? So depending on where you craft gear, at least non-component and non-relic gear, you will get an additional affix basically. For example, this one has Know Thy Enemy, the gun from Black Legion, which will give you either Aether resistance, Chaos resistance, or HP on top of what the item already does. And we're lacking that kind of right now, so that's what I want to craft here in normal. If you're playing later on the Ultimate, you usually craft it Angrim, because he has a chance to give you physique or percent armor, which is generally a lot better later. But right now it's not that important, and I just want to get some additional Chaos or Aether resistance. Alright, so we can... a chosen core. You're also gonna get 1 affix on these, for example of renewal. Of renewal kind of sucks though, it's only... in quotation marks, regen. This one is 7% defensive ability. I mean, they're both not amazing, to be honest. But let's take the offensive ability instead. Now I am gonna lose some Chaos Rest from the prefix there though. I don't have enough scrap to craft more, that's my problem. So I will have to take what I got here. Are there any build guns for the Diablo 3 mod? I haven't played the game, I mean that mod, in the end game enough. I have no idea. I've only like played what you've seen on YouTube basically.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Maybe there are some somewhere, but I haven't made one. Or like, I haven't made any, unfortunately. Honestly, this amulet, my current one gives me Aether and Pierce Rest, but like I have too much Pierce Rest. Aether Rest is nice. This one gives me like really good Poison Rest though, like really good Poison Rest. And for the next act, the Uddenborg, honestly, you kind of want Poison Rest anyway. So yeah, that's nice. I have also bought a Black Tallow component, which I could also use here. Black Tallow is another good component you can put on your like amulet, for example. The problem with losing a ward stone is like losing movement speed, but I mean I can also like always just put more points into a skill in the demolitionist tree to get more movement speed. So let's do that instead. We got the Chaos Rest here instead of the movement speed. And Bleed Rest. I mean Bleed Rest isn't like super important anyway. Rot has its own Discord and build guide. Haven't found anything for the D3 mod yet. Yeah, I mean D3 mod is generally like a bit smaller because like it doesn't have like it has a smaller community because it doesn't have like a whole like campaign overhaul like the ROT one does. What was I gonna go for next here? Yo, Elias, welcome on, welcome on. Let me actually check out this real quick. So I was gonna go for like Turtle and Viper as well now. Turtle, Viper, Behemoth. I guess, yeah, that works. And then go for Torch eventually. And you could also just rush Torch at this point. You wanna go for like more offense straight away. Yo, Asimov, Rocker, welcome guys. But yeah, I think I can't really help you, M10, I'm sorry. Maybe Grimer, like the mod maker knows more. You could like ask him like on the forum maybe. But yeah. Yo, Hank the Tank. Welcome, welcome. Doing good, what about you? Oh my god. Dude, I really kind of enjoyed Doogie playing Elden Ring the last couple of days. Like whenever I had like the time, like when I was like basically not streaming, I was like hanging out in his chat while like working on the season. But yeah, like sometimes when you copy paste stuff and you just worked on some coding for the season, then whoops. I posted like a function in his chat instead of like my usual spam, right? Whoops. Spoilers for season 5, posted in Nugi's chat. Yep. Nothing to see there. No backseat gaming, please. You finally reached the fun part? Yeah. You finally found a boss that's harder than Margit. He didn't fight Morg yet, did he? Like in the sewers? I mean, maybe he fought him in the sewers, but not like the actual Morg. The one in the sewers is actually easier than the actual one. Yeah, I mean, I was in his chat as well earlier. I mean, he's gonna... I mean, I shouldn't talk, right? I fought her like 200 times or like 150 times and then gave up. But I would dare to say in the 200 tries that I did, I got a bit further than he did so far. So I think he's still gonna take a while until he like actually defeats her. But yeah, it's a fun process. I mean, fun in quotation marks. Depends on like how you look at it. He still claims Margaret greater. Oh, come on. I could understand when he didn't know that she has like a second phase, but now, I mean, now he knows, right? No, I had to skip her at some point. Like, I didn't have enough time to play Elden Ring. And then I was like, yeah, okay, I tried her. I mean, she's a fun fight, honestly. And I'm pretty sure I would have beaten her eventually if I had like another, like... I mean, maybe I will go back to her. Like, I really want to do go back to her at some point, honestly, because it is kind of annoying that I haven't beat her yet. Haven't beaten her yet. It is really annoying. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was playing like dual great swords, so like my build wasn't really much quicker than his. Like the only way I like ever did damage to her is when I dodged, jump attack, dodge, jump attack, dodge, jump attack. That was like the only way how I fought her on that build. I mean, I still think I can like easily, I mean, okay, not easily, obviously. I can still beat her on that build, but there are definitely builds out there that have a way easier time at dealing with Malenia. Or you could just do it like round 0 and like, well, defeat her like first try with Mimic Tear. I just build a bleed stagger build and like use Mimic Tear, and it's like, and it wasn't like first try for him, but I think like 3 tries or something like that. But I don't know, like it's kind of like Elden Ring is such a weird game compared to like other Souls games, because like on one hand it is a masterpiece just like all the others, or like it's a better masterpiece than the others, and overall like the game, it has like even better immersion, better like environment, sometimes better or at least just as good bosses, and some of them are like legit I feel like harder than anything else in like the other Dark Souls games. Like Malenia you could argue is like probably really hard, at least for some, or like for most builds, not for all though. On the other hand, Elden Ring, if you want to play through the game in an easy and like casual way, you can easily do so. Like the tools at your disposal are way less restrictive than like in the other like Souls games. If you want to go like easy mode in Elden Ring, you can do so way easier than the other Dark Souls games. Like spirit summons, I mean mage or like ranged magic being like a lot stronger in general as well compared to like other Dark Souls games. Yeah, and I mean especially the summons. Yeah. Some stuff like the fact that you can't... Your weapon recovery time isn't fast enough to riposte after you staggered her is just dumb. I mean... Yeah, she's a hard boss. It's so funny how like Noogie still like sometimes thinks that he's like missing something. It's like, no, that's just like how hard a fight is. Like, unless you want to use summons, that's just how hard the fight is. Like, just dodge stuff and get around. But he still thinks there's like some secret technique there that he's missing. I mean, to be fair, like there are also like some better and reliable ways to like dodge her waterfall downs than he's doing sometimes. But he's like almost doing it correctly, I feel like on many attempts. Not on everyone obviously, but... Yeah, yes. I mean, spirit summons and magic are... I mean, especially spirit summons that are like insanely ridiculously strong in Elden Ring. Like, Mimic Tear, even after like the one nerf they did to it, like... it's still ridiculous. Yeah. To be honest, I never... was able to like dodge the first part of waterfall. The second and third, like you could just like roll through her perfectly, right? Then you don't get it. I mean, I still struggled with the first part, so like I usually try to like run away from the first part as much as possible, and if I was like too close, I still got hit. Like getting... I mean, I know you can like do no hit even in like melee, like in close range, but that's like ridiculously hard in my opinion. Like I wasn't able to do that ever. Yeah, I wanna run from the first, dodge into the second, simply ward slide backwards on the third, yeah, something like that, yeah. I mean, I've seen people do it like even close range, but it's like ridiculous. Like I mean, the whole fight is kind of ridiculous, you could say, but like that part, like dodging the first part of waterfall, like in melee, is like actually ridiculous. Anyway, let's talk about Grim Dawn here. So we are in Gloomvault. The only thing you need to do in Gloomvault here is basically get Caraxes' heart, and Caraxes you will find like after the second rift here. Just keep to the left, right? Like here was the second rift, you just go left, 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 and then there he is. The rest of this map you can kind of skip. I mean, of course, if you're new to this game, please explore. Please check out all the maps, follow explore. There are some like secret chests over there, I'm sure. I mean, there really are. I don't really need them, but I mean, you probably don't really need them either, but they are there, and it feels good to like see all the like beautiful parts of the map, because the maps are, after all, like all handcrafted, like every single asset being put there manually.
Come see what's left of my wares.
There is lots of work on these maps, and they are beautiful. Atlas Visage. I mean, it's kinda hard to like beat 6% of ANDA right now from the Flesh Warped Cask. It's kind of impossible almost. Alright, are we finally respective of Homestead? Yes, we are. Alright, we can buy the... We can go back to Homestead real quick and buy the Sanctified Bone Blueprint. What game is this? This is Grim Dawn, the best single-player RPG there is.
Got something you need stashed?
At least in my opinion.
Got any more scrap metal? Come see what's left of my wares.
Alright, let's buy some of these blueprints. Once we finally have the reputation for that.
Iron well spent.
And let's find a smith, like over here. And we can craft the Sanctified Bone. Sanctified Bone is a component that we can put... never mind, I can't actually craft it. I need 4 salt and I need 4 Seeds of Binding. That is kind of expensive, to be honest, but there is one kind of easy way to get Seeds of Bindings. And actually we also have the right side quest of that, right? We got a side quest from the guy in Port Icon, telling us to slay the cultists in the Tomb of Korvac. And the Tomb of Korvac also happens to be the pretty much best place to farm those Catonian Seeds of Bindings. So let's go there and do that. Bloodborne project in Grim Dawn. Wait, was there? I don't know. Never actually heard about that. It sounds interesting. Do you still have like a link or something? Full lore playthrough when? I mean, I did one like 4 years ago, pretty much, when like Forgotten Gods came out. It's been a long time though. There was a small teaser on the forum at some point. Yeah, I must have missed it. But yeah, creepypasta, if you're not familiar with Grim Dawn, maybe you know Titan Quest, for example? Maybe you do know Titan Quest, the RPG Titan Quest? Grim Dawn is very... I mean, you could in a way say like Grim Dawn is Titan Quest 2, but like a different setting. It is very, very much Titan Quest inspired. What happened to my Neo 2 playthrough? It's mostly time constraints, to be honest. Like just other things that I want to / have to stream above Neo 2. Or rather Neo 1. I didn't even play 2, it was Neo 1. I don't even have Neo 2 yet. But yeah, Neo's a cool game as well. Combat is, in my opinion, more fun than Elden Ring. I mean, Elden Ring combat isn't bad, but I feel like Neo combat is a bit... I mean, it's a bit quicker. Wait, I only got... Oh, 3 seals. I need 1 more. Hopefully I get like 1 more here. So the guys that like drop these seals are basically like these yellow, like champion level Bloodthorn cultists. Especially the ones that can like summon other demons. Let's throw a cocktail down there and like see if one of those also like drops. Shit. They're going the wrong way. The rest of this tomb is kind of uninteresting because it's only ghouls. They don't really like drop anything of anything that's useful. But these guys didn't drop anything. Oh well, okay. Another secret chest down here. Let's get it. And let's go back to a smith, like for example in Dallas Crossing. Yeah, the Neo devs have a new game coming called Wolong, right? Or Wulong, something like that, Wolong. Basically like Chinese mythology inspired, I guess, or like Chinese history inspired. And what I've seen, that might be pretty cool as well. I mean, Neo 1 and 2 is pretty good, so... Okay, right. So we have a Sanctified Bone now. Sanctified Bone has Vitality and Chaos Resistance. Bring this to 80 and this to 40. So really something I can very much need right now, or like very much use right now. Looks like a fusion of Sekiro and Nero in a way.
Come see what's left
Isn't
of
it gonna
my
be like
wares.
actually like more open world, like Elden Ring? Oh, we speak at last. Yo, Bakongo, thanks for the follow. Wait, do my frickin' alerts like again still not work? You found the link? Alright, I'll check it out. What is this? Why is it not working?
Good, you've arrived.
Why the fuck is it not working?
Whatever, and in if you all what you I can.
Weird. Alright. The link Grimborn. Wait, that was from when? From August. Oh, it's kind of recent. Oh wait, August 2021. 1.5 years ago. Bloodborne, but as an isometric RPG was the idea. I mean, this looks pretty cool with the fog and so on. Like, you can do lots of stuff in Grim Dawn. Oh, and this asset, dude. I want his assets. For like map creation. They look pretty cool. Yo. I mean, okay, it's only 2 screenshots so far. There are many more screenshots down below. Wait, where? Oh, okay. I mean, he's doing a lot with like lighting setting. I think many of the assets actually are just Grim Dawn settings. I mean, Grim Dawn assets. He's doing a lot with the lighting. With the lighting. Which is pretty good, pretty good. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Oh wait, I saw this one on the Discord, on the modding Discord. I didn't know it's from this mod. Oh. I just saw this map. I didn't understand it's from that mod actually. But yeah, some of the maps look pretty cool. Like the guy makes good maps. I mean, I don't know how like his progress is apart from like making cool maps though. And like what his ideas for like actually making like Souls like or like Bloodborne like boss mechanics are. I feel like it's just gonna be like Bloodborne maps and then like Grim Dawn as a game like in those maps pretty much. At least that's how it looks like to me so far, which is still a lot of work obviously, like making maps in Grim Dawn does take a lot of time, and like also if he's like using non-Grim Dawn assets, like importing assets and so on, it's kind of a lot of work. I can respect that. It looks insanely far from finished. Don't get me wrong. But also this takes a lot of time if you're like doing it as a one-man project and you don't have lots of time to like work on it 24/7, then yeah. Got your first color kill. Nice, nice. Congrats, congrats. Running out of stuff to do. I mean, there's gonna be another season later this year for you. Right, so there's gonna be more stuff for you to do there if you want. But yeah, I mean, the Reign of Terror mod also exists. You can check out the other classes, like the Diablo 3 class mod, which will be updated as well at some point. Again, I mean, has been updated and will be updated once more in the future. You're trying Dawn of Masteries, not really a fan. Maybe I'll try this one. Yeah, and Dawn of Masteries is like cool. You just wanna like see what ideas people had. But for like playing it, like actually playing it for an extended amount of time, I don't think it's like a good mod. Because in my opinion, I mean, okay, people say like balance is not important in ARPGs, or like less important. I mean, fun is more important, yes, but also if something is like ridiculously imbalanced, then it's also not fun anymore. And if it like some things like look good and others just like don't look good, like if the stuff isn't like cohesive, like I don't know. Which is why like I've only played Dawn of Masteries for like 2 days in total, with like 2 years between those 2 days. But yeah, it's like cool to see like what people have done, to get like ideas for modding yourself, or like to like know what's possible in this engine and so on. But if you want like an actual like more balanced experience, I would say the Diablo 3 classes are probably like your best bet for new classes. I wouldn't say they're perfect either, but they're better than all the others at least. The full screen inventory. Yeah, the personal stash in Dawn of Masteries I don't understand, like I don't like either. I don't think that's needed. The shared stash being a bit bigger, that's okay in my opinion. Like that makes somewhat sense, but like the personal inventory doesn't make any sense. It's just like too big and not cluttered, I don't know. I don't like it either. And some people like it. I think it's just unnecessary. Alright. I'm gonna put more points in Maven's Sphere Protection. Getting that percent absorption. basically give ourselves more effective HP. Other than that, you could at some point like get flashbang. I mean, we should at some point, not only could, we should definitely. The thing is, I kinda don't need flashbang before torch, I think. It's not really necessary before that. Yo, Ground Zero, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Alright, so first part of Ugnenborg is kinda... I mean, there's like a side area called the Ancient Grove that we're gonna revisit at some point later. Just make sure that you don't miss the cave with Genaxia. Other than that, you can basically see to the second portal. There's like another dwelling entrance here that we're gonna check out later. And then there are 3 spawn locations for a underground cave that you want to visit. Number 1 would be here, and then there are 2 other spawn locations for that cave that we don't want to miss. Also, the traveling witches are gonna be here in the second part of the bog as well. Yo, Michio, welcome. How's my sleep schedule? Not good. Not gonna lie, it's not that good. I went to bed at 7 AM again. At least I did some modding. But yeah. Alright, here we found a cave in the second spawn location. I'm gonna show you the third spawn location as well. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna leave a portal, make sure to go all the way to the next waypoint and then come back here and then do the cave there. Before we go to the third spawn location, the next waypoint though, I do wanna go a bit to the west, because on the western side we're gonna find the witches. Right, across the bog here are the witches. Here they are. And then there is, well, 2 more points of interest. One would be here on the western side, the third location for the undergrowth, the cave that we just found in the second location. So location number 3 would be exactly here, right? The spot right here. And then there is another point of interest though, which is the Tomb of Ugdal. To the right here. You've been wrecked by work lately? Yeah, I assumed. It's fine. No worries. It's only something that I can be like envious of, so don't apologize. Don't apologize. Alright, and here you have another shrine and another side quest. That's why we're gonna go in here. Right, Ugdal. You can choose to save him or kill him. If you save him, you give him a Wendigo spirit, and then he gives you a Wendigo spirit back as as thanks. Or basically like making him able to go to like another, I don't know, his spirit world, whatever. So you're like at net 0. But if you just kill him, you also, well, banish him from this world, like getting him to another spirit world. And you just get his own Wendigo spirit, so you have a net +1 Wendigo spirit. And we're like the evil playthrough here anyway, I guess, so yeah, I mean, just kill him. Alright, we have arrived at the Bear Home Rift. Now we're gonna port back to the rift that I left in front of the undergrowth cave. And we wanna go in here because there's another boss in here that's also attached to a side quest. Yo, Mokoko, welcome on, welcome on. How are you doing today? And this side boss here is, well, yeah, attached to a side quest, so you don't want to miss him. Those side quests give you reputation, that sweet, sweet reputation. Which you do need. My day so far? I kinda woke up a bit later. And then, I don't know. Just went shopping, had some other stuff to do. Like some housework, some stuff. And yeah, I mean, I've been working yesterday evening until like 7 AM. Like, well, because I wasn't able to sleep, and then I just worked on the season anyway. Some coding there. Did finished some of the coding that I didn't finish yesterday today. And here I am now. Yo, Scatterbrain, welcome, welcome on. How's the Sorc? I mean, it's a demo, so you just throw a cocktail and everything dies. I mean, you can also throw other things and everything dies, but throwing a cocktail is like usually what you do on every single Sorc. Yep, cocktail, yep.
See anything you like?
You did all the faction stuff on your board arc, man. Alright, alright. Which class are you playing? Death Knight or something else? And you can also play like Motor Trap. It's also a good demo skill, honestly. Like, all of these skills are pretty good. Demo honestly has like so many good skills, it's crazy. It's just like a bit of a button-heavy class, like you have to like... Pretty much every Sorc has to play Cocktail and Thermite Mine, even if you don't like use them as your main ability. You kind of always want them for resistance reduction and damage reduction, etc, etc. I mean, this is like 200 more armor though. Yes, we do lose some Pierce Stress, but it's fine, I think. We lose like 1 Aether Res, I mean, whatever. It's not really maxed out either yet, anyway. Unfortunately. Which means that these are kinda like not good enough anymore right now. I could also like still use these pants though. Maybe. They have good chaos runs.
Put it to good use.
Have I tried Granado Cluster Bomb or whatever it's called? Yeah.
Welcome. Oh, cutting.
I did like a Sorc pretty much like this, just like with Canister Bomb on top. In Season 2, I mean, Canister Bomb has kind of like always been good.
A blessing.
I think it's actually like a little bit worse than it was like 2 or 3 years ago right now, but it's still totally fine. And then there is the Grenado, which has been buffed, like this very patch. So right now, if I had to like play something as like a secondary ability, I would probably rather need something for single target than for AoE, and then I would probably play Grenado, yeah. There are 2 items that I want to get in the Ancient Grove actually anyway, so maybe we'll just go there and like get those items, and then I could also play Grenado. Let's see. I could honestly, on normal difficulty, already go there now, right? Like, why not? On normal, like, stuff isn't that hard anyway. I see a totem. If you see a totem, you're gonna click on a totem. So let's do that. Alright, totem has been clicked. You have to have some PTSD after ripping your first how to character to elite Gargle Balls. Yeah, Gargle Balls is pretty rough sometimes. Especially on melee, and like especially if you're like face tanking his meteors. I mean not meteors, but like the volcanoes rather. Can be quite rippy if you don't keep your armor high and you have like no good Fizz or like no good Fire. He also reduces your resistances by a lot, or rather he summons those like fire plants, right? And the projectile of the fire plants, if that hits you, you have like -30 or like -40 resistances. And if it then like hits you with volcanoes or like physical slams, you can be pretty dead, yeah. Yep. Yo, Archon T, welcome in. Thanks for watching. I got to overcap fire rest, so the multiple projectile attack one-shot you with the rest reduction? Yeah, probably. Like if you're standing still, like he spawned volcanoes under you and you are resistance threat, then yeah. The volcanoes can just shotgun you and there's no like shotgun penalty reduction for that skill. I mean, pretty much none of the shotgunning attacks in Grim Dawn have like penalties, apart from like Runefagorad, I think. On enemies, like all of them like always hit for 100% each projectile. I think PoE, like you can't really get shotgunned or something like that, or like at least on most abilities you can't get shotgunned. Grim Dawn abilities just like shotgun you. You are just getting shotgunned. Alright, we also gotta like make sure to grab one Leaf Mane Horn, one Venom Gaze Bile, and at least one Bloom for like another quest. Apart from like restoring the 3 wards here and like well, rescuing some people. And we're playing evil playthrough, so we're helping Barrowholm here like get their food. And that's basically what's happening, right? Yep. Okay, we're gonna get some soup later. Some bloody soup. And then there's a third quest attached to these guys. In the mine, you gotta like clear the mine from the crabs. And you wanna make sure here that you find 6 Ugdenborg pit creepers, right? If you don't have the quest, you can still do the quest in advance. but you have to make sure to kill at least 6 pit creepers. If you only kill 5, then you won't be able to complete the quest, and when you actually talk to the NPC, he will reset the quest and put your counter to 0. And then you might want to go back here, but there aren't enough left because you already killed 5, right? And then you're kind of like stuck and you have to reset the game, so you don't want that to happen. So really want to make sure that you, if you go here before having the actual quest, that you kill at least 6 of them. You kind of have to like count them yourself then, because, well, you don't have the cost. So we are at 2, right? At 2 out of 6. You can kind of see them because they're like a little bit more green than the other crabs. I think all of these aren't greenish. And they're also like yellow champion mobs. But yeah, if you haven't found 6 of them, you might want to full clear this area before you go back and hand in the quests. Alright, a spy, right. These guys are like a little bit more green, as you can see, right? A tiny bit more. Called pit creepers. Yeah. 2 more. Usually they always like spawn in groups of 2. So we got like 4 of 6 now. And there's I think 1 more, and there is 1 more. So we should be at like 6 out of 6 now. I think usually you have maybe even 8 spawning. Maybe not, depends. You always just full clear the zone because of that, yeah. I mean, if you're like losing count or something, or just wanna be sure, like you can just full clear. Dude, I'm so happy though that Grim Dawn in general has basically no full clear quests ever. Like having played Inquisitor Martyr, for example, recently, that game has too many like full clear quests. It's really annoying. You like miss 1 mob at the other end of the map, right? Super annoying. And yeah, even PoE has like some, I guess, like the fetid pool quest, for example. Except the bugged quest. Oh, the bug quest? Like what? Oh, you mean that I'm just doing right now, or which one? Or with the eggs?
A blessing.
Yeah. I mean, Barrowhome Mine isn't like full clear though. It's kill 6.
I am so.
If you know where they spawn,
I am.
then you don't have to full clear. Oh, the Strand one Act 6 as well. True. Alright, we got the quest now to deal with Larry the Hexer, and Larry the Hexer is the one living in the second dwelling here, in the second part of Ugnenborg, that we skipped earlier. Now, you can be like full evil and also like kill her here. However, if you wanna like be net positive on materials again, you kinda don't wanna kill her. If you kill her... Okay, actually, wait, I do wanna kill her though, right? Okay, so if you don't kill her, you get a Wendigo spirit. So when it comes to materials, you kinda don't wanna kill her. But if you do kill her, you have another NPC to farm for Storm Strife, Flame Strife / Chill Strife. And on this character, actually, the Flame Strife gives you, I believe, like bonuses to Cocktail. So you kinda wanna actually kill her, I think. You wanna be like full evil. Alright. And you got a Chill Strife. That is not the right one. Unlucky. This one is good for like Cold Trozen and like Cold Veil of Shadow, like good for Nightblades and Arcanists. But yeah, I mean, that's a good place to reset the game now, because we have killed the 2 witches that both can spawn the weapon that I want. So yeah, I'm gonna like reset here, and then I can refarm those like mobs again, like those bosses, mini bosses. Also, an item that you're gonna get a lot here in this Borg is the living ring. Yo, welcome on, Conic Brand, welcome on, welcome on. What's the content of this game after you finish the campaign? Do you finish the campaign again, and then you finish the campaign again, like in Diablo 2? You can, of course, skip parts of that when you are, like, leveling second plus characters, like leveling your alts, right? The campaign in Ultimate is actually, like, pretty challenging, though. It's not like, no tutorial mode anymore. Other than that, there are also, like, actual endgame modes, like the Crucible, for example. The Crucible is... I don't know if you know Last Epoch's Arena, for example. I mean, Last Epoch's Arena is kind of like a copy of the Crucible. Except in Grim Dawn Crucible you have actual bosses in there, whereas in the Last Epoch Arena you don't. So in my opinion, like, I don't know, like, Last Epoch Arena is a bit more boring actually than this one. And then there's also the Shattered Realm. The Shattered Realm is probably similar-ish to something like Greater Rifts from Diablo. You could compare it to that, I guess. And then there are also, like, basically celestial bosses. Kind of like uber bosses in a way, I guess. That you can also do. Which aren't like uber versions of campaign bosses, they're like actually like separate, like, hard bosses. Yeah, I mean, depending on the build. I mean, some people do those bosses in like 1 hour. Some people can do them in like 1 minute. Depends on the build, depends on the player skill. Usually I would say the average build takes around like 5 to 10 minutes maybe to kill them. But yeah.
Iron well spent.
Pretty fun. I mean, kind of like how in PoE you have like Ceros and Eto worlds and so on. The Grim Dawn bosses are mechanically, I would say, maybe a bit simpler and a bit more like gear check than the ones on PoE.
Got something you need stashed?
But no easier though, because they are like more of a gear check, I feel like, than the ones on PoE. But yeah, I mean, you can still, if you're like actually good at the game and like hide well and so on, like still kill them on like worse builds as well. Grim Dawn bosses don't have arena and arena mechanics. Yeah, that is true, and that is kinda... I mean, it makes them like a little bit more boring because of that, I think. I mean, on one hand, they're like more just built into the world and like lore-wise and so on, like a bit more immersive almost than the PoE ones. But at what cost, right? I don't know. I feel like the PoE ones are still like pretty well done, like lore-wise actually. And yeah, Grim Dawn could have like a bit more like arena stuff there. Anyway, Mystic of Squalls isn't really something that I want to use here, is it? I mean, I want to maybe use it this ring, but not Mystic of Squalls, right?
It's safe with me. Promise.
Alright,
I'll give you a good
so we found some quest items here that we can hand.
You've reached.
Sorry, hand them back to her.
Now that you ever since
We did like all the side quests in advance, because we did like all the correct pathing and like all the... We did like all the correct side bosses and so on and so on. Like Janaxia as well. Yeah, I mean, the secret bosses... Okay, so Grim Dawn has basically 6 bosses, right? Like 6 endgame bosses. 3 like secret ones, 3 not so secret ones. The not so secret ones are basically like built into the world and have kind of like no arena. The secret ones do have like their dedicated arena, and they are a bit more like PoE bosses, which is also why I think like mechanically they are more interesting. It doesn't necessarily mean harder or easier, but they are more interesting, that's for sure. Grim Dawn, you can kind of like cheese all of them. Yeah, the aggro abuse is a bit wonky in Grim Dawn, unfortunately. Mog Drogon fight. Lokar is more interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think Lokar's a good fight actually. Lokar's just too easy, but he's a good fight in my opinion. I think Lokar's like the second best Grim Dawn fight. Like, Kratos is the best, and like Lokar's the second best in my opinion. I mean, Ravager and Kala are also, like... Honestly, Ravager, Kala, and Bogjogan are all, like, not really bad either. But they're, like, a bit more simple. And, yeah, you can like, aggro abuse with the arena, like, with no arena. I feel like Kala has like some mechanics that could be interesting, but they're kind of just bullshit. Because the sands are so buggy, unfortunately. Yo, Hamel, welcome him. Yeah, pretty much cocktail leveling. Yep, tail. If Loco was harder, he would be a really good fight. Yeah, I think he's just too easy. And Kala is actually like a decent fight. And the idea of the sands is also not bad. The problem is like, in practice, the sands are just a bullshit ability. Like, they're just so random. You can't see them. They're like sometimes invisible below the sands, below the like environmental sand. Uberlokar, I mean, it's not hard to make Uberlokar, yeah. Just like slap a total damage modifier on it and like total HP, like more HP and stuff like that. Maybe like give him one more new skill or something like that. I guess it would be one of the easier ways to make a new boss, to be honest. Easier than like to make a boss from scratch, that's for sure. Damage modified to old. Season 5 boundless scaling for Lokar. I mean, that would also be interesting. To be honest. Yo, carry Gupta, workman. People said they wanted Crucible to be added, instead we added Uberlokar. 5k% more damage versus pets. 5k% more damage to pets and old. Also, if you want like more endgame content, I don't know who was asking again actually. Shame that to reach Crate there's so much bullshit in the way. I mean, the maggots are like the actual bullshit, the rest is kind of whatever. Yeah, Codic Brand, if you want like even more like endgame content, you could also check out the like community made seasons. They add like basically Greater Rift style scaling to the roguelike dungeons, as well as 6 additional endgame bosses. Instead of 6 bosses, you have 12 endgame bosses. And they also add like... Wait, why is it Commandos of Frostbite? Oh my god. I mean, it's actually still better than my current weapon, even with Commandos of Frostbite. Why? How is it Commandos of Frostbite? He's bad, man. I kinda wanna farm another one, cause, I mean, Commandos of Frostbite is a bad meme. Do you get the chills when you're farming chill strifes? Yep. Do you get the flames when you're farming flame strife? Aha. This build is fire. Yeah, he definitely is fire. He is pretty much fire. Nomi? Wait, Nomi is a card in Hearthstone Battlegrounds. What? Why not Cancer Axe? Honestly, I don't know. I'll just play Grenado, I think, and not play Grandster on this guy. But yeah. Also, I did cocktail into Canister Axe on the playthrough in season 2, right? Like there is basically like a some waterplay like solo set found leveling video out there on YouTube if you are interested in like basically playing cocktail and canister for leveling. This one is gonna be pretty much pure cocktail and then some grenado maybe with a single target on top. No drop, what the fuck? So grenado only needs metal and amulets. But I might even play maybe like a cocktail amulet, I mean metal. You don't like how cocktail falls off? Yeah. It falls off for like elite and like it falls off at some point in an elite, I think. I mean for AoE it's still always fine. Well, pretty much all the time, but grenado is really good for AoE. I mean for single target, what am I saying? Actually, it does have the flint stripes, you can really see it. Like, usually you can really like see what kind of weapon these witches will be wielding and dropping. Corrosive prefix is terrible, but at least it's of wildfire, so that's pretty wild and on fire, haha. If you're playing Flames of Ignifer, by the way, this will give you like +4 to Ignifer now. I mean, either way, it's 132% burn, 125% fire damage. It converts physical to acid, but if you don't have physical damage, you don't care about that part. So yeah, I mean, that's an upgrade. That is an upgrade.
Let's take a look, shall we?
WLLD. WYLD. What? What does that even mean?
See anything you like?
Oh, wild? Oh, it's just wild. Right, that's the word of the year. Wild. That's the German word of the year. That's cringe, dude. Wasn't cringe like the word of the year last year? I don't know. Dieser Chat ist nur in Deutsch. Monka. Wild. Jugendwort des Jahres wild. Alright, so what I want to do now actually is I want to run a Ancient Grove. I'm pretty much done with Act 5. I had the quest to basically jump into the portal, the Chaos Rift here, north of Bearholm to take me to Act 6. However, I do want to go into the Ancient Grove. The Ancient Grove is a roguelike / challenge dungeon. However, it has two very interesting items for a build like this, so we're gonna go there anyway. We will take the challenge. And honestly, if you're, well, doing this well on this build, then you shouldn't worry about going in there, especially on normal. If you're playing veteran, maybe like trying to not die, like trying to actually not die actively. On normal, this shouldn't be no problem. But I will say. Jugendwort des Jahres has been cringe since it ever existed. Yeah, kind of. Even when I was like a kid, I still thought like the words are usually like, I don't know. It was a weird selection most of the time. Or smash? From smash or pass? Ah, like wood smash? I mean, I feel like wild has been a word like when I was young though, and not like what? It seems like boomers are like choosing those words, I don't know. Bodenlos. That's funny. Bodenlos is a really old word as well. Maybe it has been like repurposed. Wait, which dialect is this even? Dreimal Sorge ist einmal abbrennt. Is that like... That's like the kind of German that I even like struggle to understand, even, to be honest. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at German dialects. Alright, open the gates. Is the fire amulet guaranteed? No. We might have to go here more than once, actually. It's an old Swiss German proverb that means 2 fittings are as bad as 1 fire. Wait, drü means 2? I thought this means 3. Like, I legit thought like drü means like 3 and not 2. But yeah, Swiss is also like especially hard. I feel like Swiss German is like giga hard to like properly understand, like compared to some others. At least in my opinion. I think Bavarian is also really hard for you. Yeah. I mean, even as someone who has lived his whole life in Bavaria, I think it's also kind of hard sometimes. But it really depends, like, on which, like, from which part of Bavaria people are. Depends a lot. But yeah, I mean, compared to, like, dialects like in Hessen and so on, yeah, I mean, Bavarian can be very, very different. And Bavarian is basically Austrian. Bavarian is like closer to Austrian than like actual German. So. I mean, Austrian is also like German, I guess. But. Also, this vendor over here sells stuff, and you wanna buy potentially even some legendary blueprints for items that you can craft later, or like some good rings. There are tons of like options here. I mean, you don't have to buy anything, but there are options for sure. There are native German speakers in Texas. Yeah, I mean, there are German speakers in Brazil as well, like a lot of them actually. Or in Argentina. But yeah, also Texas. Most of them, I feel like, usually have a like bit of an older German. I guess it's similar to how like American English is like considered to be like an older language than like British English, because like usually the English like the language evolves quicker in like the home country than like abroad. Alright, we got a drop here at least. We got a vigorous of pet stats. I mean, vigorous is at least HP. Not terrible. Definitely usable. But yeah, this gives us like 3 points to cocktail and just like fire damage to cocktail as well. So that's pretty good. That is tons of damage. Has anybody made a Code Renaissance Death Knight in Season 4? I don't think so, no. Or like, I haven't seen one. Time to respec into Penetti's, Pog. To have a fun build, I would recommend. I have like 50 builds. I think all of them are fun, but it depends like what you think is fun to play for you. I don't know. Choose your poison. Wait, is the builds command not working? Oh, there it is. Alright, apart from the snake that we just killed, which gave us the medal for cocktail, there's also like 2 crabs in this area. In the first part you're gonna find this green crab. The green crab has an amulet that he can drop that is not of interest for you. I mean, it's generally not a bad one, but like not on this build. Like this one is not useful for this build, as you can see. This one gives you like acid damage and stuff like that. Where is it? There it is. Yo, Dryad, thanks for the follow, welcome on. I have still no idea why it's not working. Also, Sniffy, welcome on. Thanks for the follows, guys. Dude, I need to... Okay. Let's just set this up again. Okay. Yeah, sorry about this. It's gonna take a while. Just 1 second.
Good. You've arrived.
What the fuck? Why is it twice now? Oh my god, why is it being weird? Not like this. Way too dank on the dude. Way too dank. All right. Yeah, okay. Hopefully it works now. I don't know, we will see. Oh, there's the second crab. Now this crab, we need this crab to drop his item. That's like the main reason why we're here. I mean, the cocktail medal is nice and all, but this guy's amulet is even more important. No drop! What is this? Alright, we're gonna have to run this place again. I think I have one more key from doing the Steps of Torment quest when I was farming the Zapuzadon. I mean, I didn't get... I mean, I got the blueprint, but I didn't enter the Steps of Torment, right? So... Also, there's a small, like, secret area here that you can go into. There's some ethereals here that are, like, randomly hanging around here. Tons of items. There's also a shield here. It's actually not too bad for demo either. You can also use this one if you don't want to like farm a flamethrower, for example. You can actually play the totally normal Dawn Shard. This is a always guaranteed like shield in quotation marks that you get from well, the statue over here in the Ancient Grove. Alright, we are full. If you're full, just remove like the normal rares. Those are like the least important here. You will still see like green monster frequents and like double rares, just like hiding the normal rares. Any good chaos and physical builds? Yeah, there are tons. Are you more interested in endgame builds or like in leveling builds? Fresh start builds? I don't know. Alright, welcome to Gargle Boss, the boss of this dungeon. He's a big 3 and he hits for a lot, so you don't really wanna phase tank him, especially not the second phase. And here you see like these plants, they're like shooting projectiles, and if you get hit by those projectiles, those are gonna like reduce your resistance as well. And also when he like kneels down to the floor, he's gonna like spawn volcanoes on your ass, so yeah, try to... I mean, you're playing basically a ranged caster here, so just like hide around a bit. No need to like stand inside his volcanoes or like in his face. There we go. He can drop a ring as well, which usually has pretty decent fire damage, as you can see. Also like Pierce Ally Bleed in this case, because of the Scorched Runes suffix. Also it has +3 to the Grenado skill, which together with the amulet from the other guy, which we didn't get yet, is gonna actually like be ridiculously good. We also got a Praetorian face guard. Praetorian might be like worth picking over my current helmet actually. You killed your first 100 character? Gargle Balls? Yeah.
Come see what's left of my wares.
He can be quite scary, yes. Unyielding of readiness. So many stats, dude. Holy. It's pretty crazy. Dude, this cast gear is so squishy, it's kinda funny. always think of the Arcane Blaze. If a skill scales with attack speed or casting speed, usually if your skill like uses your weapon visually, it's attack speed based, and otherwise it's casting speed based. However, for example, Force Wave does use your weapon and it's casting speed based, so it's not really like always true what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, feel free to ask.
Iron well spent. Got something you need stashed?
Did we ever get the stats where most people died on Season 4? I mean, you have to ask Ground Zero still about that. Ground Zero would still have to provide us those. Oh, right, we also got a leg pants of valor. My current pants have like more armor though already. Huh. Alright, I need another key. I do have another key. Very nice, very nice. Honestly, let's put all these items like in the other tab. Usually you should always like put all the stuff that you want to keep in your shared stash, especially when you're playing hardcore, right? Because if you die, you lose your personal stash. You don't lose your shared stash, but you lose all the stuff in your personal stash. So yeah, if you're playing hardcore, make sure to put everything in your shared stash. I mean, unless you want to lose the items. What's the meme with Force Wave? It's good? Yeah, I mean, Force Wave is good, and it scales with the casting speed, yeah. It's a spell, basically. Even though it doesn't really look like a spell. Where is Igor Alderman in the new act? He shouldn't be that hard to find. I mean, he's the town mayor, I can tell you that. It'd be nice if the games actually tell you if it's a spell attack, yeah. I mean, some games do, like Last Epoch, for example, has auto tags like on the skill, like if you hover over the skill, like shows you auto tags. We have another key, the one from SLT. So hopefully we're gonna get a better Star medal, and hopefully we're gonna get at least any amulet from the Fire Crab. It would be very nice. Would be very, very nice. Is there any endgame viable Rings of Light build? Yes, there are. At least 1 or 2 or 3 even. At least 2, probably. I don't really have one right now. The only last like Rings of Light build I played was a I mean, it was just like a Retaliation Sentinel that like happened to use Rings of Eye as like a filler, but it's not really like much better than to use Rings of Eye compared to like say RF or anything else pretty much on that build. Like a build that uses Rings of Eye as a main ability exists, definitely, like either a Rotgeist set build or like a Dreek set build, I guess. And if you're playing the season mod, you can also play stuff like Code damage streaks evil eye, or I don't know, like other versions basically. Oh yeah, I did like a burn one. True, I have a Ember's Calling Pyromancer. Me and the boys watching Malenia at Bait of Mikala. The hilarious outfit. New act is so nice. Glad you think so. Alright, we can skip this event. I don't really care about that one. I mean, I see a totem when I click a totem, right? Or some blueprints, I guess. I mean, the chest event also has like a decent blueprint chance, I think. So maybe I shouldn't skip it. Bollengorn, Golemborn. Bolemgorn, yeah. Bolemgorn Greaves. Bolemgorn Greaves, yep. Nice. Pretty much in my opinion like the best level 50 boots in the game. Like very defensive. But yeah, like I mean 800 armor instead of 170 armor. Fizz percent armor. Pretty good, pretty good. What are those times 1.4? Times 1.4? Huh? Oh, the crits? Oh yeah, true, those are crits, yeah. Like the red and orange numbers, yeah. Those are crits. Like, crit multipliers, like, showing you, but like, how much to die, like, yeah. Like, this is a normal hit, right, the white one. This is a yellow hit that, like, hit for 0.1.18 of the normal damage. So it's like a lower level crit, kinda. And sometimes you get like higher crits. And it always depends on your offensive ability over here. Your chance to crit, and like... Also the higher your chance to crit is, the higher is your chance to get like a better crit. On top of that though, you can also increase your crit damage. I mean your crits with crit damage. So the... like, crits that you get from offensive ability are usually like times 1.1, times 1.2, times 1.3, times 1.4, right? And like, depending how much away you have compared to the enemy, you have like a certain chance to like get a 1.1 crit and like a 1.2 crit and higher crits. And then on top of that, you always add like the crit damage on top, which is why you always see like 1.18 numbers, because it's like a 1.1 crit that is being enhanced by 8% on top, so it's like 1.18, right? We're gonna cut throats of the sea. I mean, is this better than the other one? This one is also horrible, right? This roll. Oh well. Yo, Plasma, welcome on. How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Arcanist Gorestack? Off the seabed chest. It's terrible. What the hell? Ayo. Good to see you have some time for some Grim Dawning again. Good to see you, good to see you. I might also like need you for some Season 5 testing soon-ish. If you're interested, of course. And you're still there, right? Like you're still on the Discord. Are set items worse than regular items? Not really. Set items are kinda... I mean, it depends a lot on the build. But in many cases they're, I feel like, kind of too strong in this game. The game has like a slight Diablo 3 kind of set problem sometimes. But it very much depends on the build. the thing is, like, for the absolute endgame, there's almost always like a set of green or standalone legendaries that are potentially stronger than like getting like a set item build together. But it's either like super unrealistic to like get that setup together, and or in some cases, like for example Warborn set, like even if you get like insane greens, even they aren't like strong enough, I feel like. Like some sets are just like very, very, very strong. And I think it's like a slight design flaw still in the game. Or like it's very like Diablo 3 kind of balance in a way. But it's at least not like the same for all builds. Like there's some builds where like sets are like basically best in slot, others where it's different. But at least like depends always on the build. Alright, we got the Interrogators of Scorching. Nice, nice. So this is where we came here in the first place. It's like the most important item why we came here, right? +1 demo, 0.5 recharge to Grenado, fire damage to Grenado, and all the fizz of which Grenado has a ton of is being converted to fire. This also means that the internal trauma damage from Shattering Blast will be converted to burn damage. And this means you can play a bit like a full fire Grenado, right? Because first part is physical, second part is already fire. The fizz gets converted to fire, and the third internal trauma, which is physical damage over time basically, also gets converted to burn damage. When I was new to this game, I always like didn't even understand like what's internal trauma supposed to be, like what is it, like emotional trauma or what? Like no, it's just like physical damage over time. I always thought like bleed is physical damage over time the first time I played this game. It's a bit confusing. But bleed is just like its own thing, and internal trauma is just like physical damage over time. And not emotional damage, yeah. You wish set items would give 40,000% more damage. Welcome, Naomi. Yeah, that would be like literally Diablo 3 then. How big is the scope of Season 5? I mean, all the content from Season 4 is gonna be in Season 5 as well, and then like some stuff on top. And some rebalancing here and there. How long until D4 will turn into a D3 game? We will see, we will see. If normies demanded, it will happen. I mean, of course. Bigger number equals excited bad chest, right? I don't know. Is there an easy way to show you my build? You can upload it to GRIMTOOls. Alright, so if you want to share builds, you do it like this basically. You go to this website here, grimtools.calc, right? Then in the top left you have this up arrow, right? Upgrade arrow. You press on this again, and then you have to go to like documents, my game is Grim Dawn, save, main, the name of your character. Yeah, that's the name. And then you double click on this, and then it will upload the character. And then you can press the second one here, share, and like copy and paste wherever you want. If you're using Steam Clouds, then it will be in this folder here. Flashbang. Okay, time to did I sell the other Gargable ring? I think I might have actually. I'm an idiot, right? Oh well. So we got Cutthroats of the Sea. Or did I put... No, I put it in Stash. I'm not an idiot, I have just Alzheimer's.
Put it to good use. Safe storage, no questions asked.
Level 50, eh? Alright, level 50 ring. Level 50 boots. Level 42 amulet. Level 40 medal. Level 55 medal. I mean... So we're gonna play this. We're gonna play this instead of that. And we might play this and that and this later. And we're definitely gonna play this. Yo, quiet! Thanks for the raid. My alerts are still not working, what the hell? I don't know why. This is weird. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid and the sub. How you doing? Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome everyone. Welcome into the Bloomers. Welcome back to the Bloomers. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yeah, I got the follow botted like 2 days ago, and then I disabled alerts, and I enabled them again, but for some reason they're like being Pepega.
Need something broken
I have no
down?
idea why it's not working. I tried like basically turning it off and on again already twice today, and it's still not working. I have no idea. I need to fix it somehow. Professional streamer, copium. How do you unlock the bonus dungeon? Is it a peculiar key in Inquisitor's Tomb? Yes. Pretty much. Hungry, to be honest, but doing well. Glad to see you got in for the other event. Yeah, it was pretty fun actually. I might play some more on Thursday, I think we can do again. We can play again. Bots be like that sometimes, they take a break, never come back like you're dead. Monka. Too soon. Yo, Kalastar, welcome on, welcome on. Thursday's the start of the next event. It lasts for 10 days, so we can relax a bit, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you and me can already still play anyway, but like, shh, don't tell anyone, right? Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone, right? I didn't say anything.
Come see what's left of my wares. Iron well spent.
It's kind of funny though. How they fucked that up.
Got something you need stashed?
I don't know, I think it's kind of funny. Alright, so we have a Sorc Grenado now as well if you want to use that. I think I kind of want to use it actually. Might be some additional like single target damage. Alright, remove 1 point here and 1 here. And when we put the points... I should probably put the points in Thermite Mine. Or just like put more points into Grenado. Or push deeper here. I mean, you should always use Nullification. Nullification is a skill that you kind of like need to get used to using, but it's insanely powerful once you understand how this works. You can basically nullify all your debuffs on yourself, and you can nullify all buffed on enemies. So like understanding how the game works and like how debuffs work and which kind of debuffs are scary and which one aren't. Like once you know that, like the better you know that, the more powerful the skill becomes basically. Also some enemies become like a lot easier if you cleanse them from their debuffs, from their buffs as well. So, yeah. Isu Paycots, welcome on, thanks for the follow as well. Again, like apologies for not having any alerts, I don't know what's wrong there. Alright, let's speak to Score real quick and finally proceed into Act 6. Yeah, for example, against Cronley, right, in Act 2, if you are fighting Cronley and like he puts up his bubble, you just nullify him and his bubble is like instantly gone, so like that makes the fight a lot easier. I mean, not that Cronley is like a really hard fight in the first place, but if you want to make it even easier, then yeah, you can do that.
Have you dealt?
The Steam Cloud directory in Linux. I unfortunately cannot help you in that one. Yeah, the Cronley example is like the one that's probably like the easiest to understand for new people though. Like Cronley with the bubble, remove the bubble with nullification, yep. It's a good example, that's for sure. Also, yeah, you can cleanse yourself from dots as well. Like dots are basically like debuffs, so you can nullify yourself from dots as well. That's pretty helpful. 21 points in Cocktail and like even more fire damage to Cocktail and more fire damage to Cocktail. Yeah, I mean, we're just like destroying everything now. Chronic casts a bubble. Yeah, he has like a Maven Sphere of Protection basically. Yeah. That he casts and then like he has a downtime. And then usually like you only deal damage to him during his downtime. Because it has like, I don't know, like 80 or 90% absorption. That's really like Cock. What? Yep, Cocktail. Playing a Bleed Savagery Water. Self-reflected bleed is your ordeal. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing a physical or like bleed build, like you probably want to go into like purple/yellow, right, usually, or like purple-green. And then, for example, you always kind of like want to pick up Owl, because Owl has reflect damage reduction, and there's like other stuff as well for reflect damage reductions. Wait, what's it called? Reflected damage reduction. There's some in Owl, right? There's some in Crane, there's some in Watcher. There's some on, for example, the... I think the Oathkeeper class. I think I lost, for example, like 5% crit damage because of gear, right? I only have like +3 now. So you can see that my Cocktail only like hit for 1.13 times on crits now instead of 1.18. But I mean, crit damage isn't as important this game as say in Last Epoch, for example, if you're playing a crit build there. So it's not a big deal, like it's better to just like buff the base damage of your skill. And if you're like hitting with Grenado, we're still getting like 1.37 here, for example, because Grenado has built-in crit damage over here. It's like 24, right? 24 plus 3 from the base is plus 27, and you have like a 1.1 crit, so you have like 1.37 instead of 1.13 on that one. You haven't played Grim Dawn since August, bro? Wait, you've missed season 4? What? How? Start ultimate difficulty now, and as far as I know, percent damage is, to healing is pretty good. Like percent attack damage converted to health is pretty good if you are using weapon damage based abilities, yes. So the way that kind of like healing works is if you have it like on devotions or like on gear, like as a stat, like as a passive stat, then it's basically your lifesteal over here, right? This one over here. And this one only works for, like, it's getting added to your weapon damage, right? So it only works on skills that have % weapon damage. So right now, for example, on this skill that I'm doing right here, it would be useless. However, there are also some other, like, skills that have that, like, built into the skill. Like, for example, if you take a look at the Occultist's Sigil of Consumption. Why is music always so loud? Like, can they fix this, please? Which means that all the damage of that skill, no matter if it has weapon damage or not, will heal you as well. Pretty good as an understatement. XD is so broken in Grim Dawn, because it's, I mean, yeah, it's instant, right? Like in PoE and LE, it's like gradual over time, like reaching over time, right?
Is that you, Mother?
In GD, it's just like instant.
As you command. Wait.
I mean, in a way, we're playing evil playthrough, right? So we're also gonna like slap our old friend here a bit. In a way, the game is kind of like balanced around it though. So... Ghoul doesn't work on Promise Strike? No. Promise Strike has % weapon damage, right? So it does work on Promise Strike. To prefer it compared to PoE Lich, really. I mean, it makes you, like, when you are fighting like a super boss, right, and you get like hit for like 80% or 90% of your HP, and you proc Ghoul, for example, the correct play there is to just like keep attacking, right? Because you have so much leech, you're gonna like, as long as you're attacking quicker than he is, you can like leech back to full instantly before he hits you again, right? So like depending on the situation, like you don't want to run in Grim Dawn, right? If you're playing some specific builds. Depends a lot on the build though. But it's lightning damage, it doesn't matter. Weapon damage is weapon damage. Like, just because it's lightning damage doesn't have to do anything with it. Like, your weapon can be lightning too. Also, if a skill has % weapon damage, right? Say a skill has... Okay, say your weapon has 100 physical damage, right? And your skill has 100% weapon damage, but it also deals 100 lightning damage on top, right? So, if you hit once, you deal 100% of your weapon damage, which is 100 physical, and you deal 100 lightning, right? So deal 100 physical, 100 lightning. Now you have, say, I don't know, 10% leech, right? You might think, because I just said, like, leech is basically like kind of weapon damage based, which is, well, not wrong, that you only leech from your physical damage, right? On that skill. The thing is, though, once a skill has weapon damage, all the, like, flat base damage, like non-dot damage of that skill will heal you. So not only will you heal 10% of your physical damage, but you will also like heal 10% of that skill's lightning damage instantly. Yeah, so it's like you heal for 10% of your lightning damage and you heal for 10% of your physical damage. Even though your weapon is only physical and the rest is like from the skill itself. Which is my main build. I don't even think I have something like that anymore. I've played like too many builds, but one that I've played, for example, a lot. I wouldn't say it's like the strongest build ever, but it was just like very chill and fun to play for like a long time for like just farming stuff. Was a Chaos Hour Reckoning Sentinel. That was a lot of fun. And when it comes to, like, for example, skills that have no leech and no, like, weapon damage on them, say, for example, Penetti's, right? Penetti's just has, like, damage, but it doesn't say, like, any leech, or, like, it doesn't say any attack damage compared to health on this, and it doesn't say any weapon damage on this. But there are items that, for example, give you attack damage compared to health on this, then you heal from, like, all of that damage. And there are also, like, some items that might give you, like, % weapon damage, right? Say you gain like 10% weapon damage to Penetti's, then all of a sudden the skill has 10% weapon damage, right? Which means that the skill is gonna use 10% of your global lifesteal as well. So if you had like 10% lifesteal and 10% weapon damage on this, you would heal for 1% of Penetti's damage. Yeah, so it's like a way to also like gain leech on these kind of builds. Like on these kind of skills. It gets a little obscure sometimes, but yeah. Pretty much that's how it works. Blackwater cocktail's my main build. It's not even true, dude. What the fuck? I just play like, I mean, you could say the same about like Primal Strike. I've played so much Primal Strike for leveling. Or like, I don't know, Force Wave. They're just like good leveling skills, what can I say? Monka. What is this awkward spawn animation, dude? Like just no animation. He's just there on your face. Leech and life on hit. So life on hit is instant and leech is like gradual over time in PoE. Which mastery is the most fun? If you enjoy like clicking multiple buttons, I think demolition is like honestly probably like the most fun actually. If you like flashy lighting damage, then of course you're gonna love Shaman. If you like one button builds, then yeah, I guess you wanna play a soldier. If you like pets, Occultist Shaman is your friend. Surprised I'm not bothering with the axe and canister bomb. Yeah, I mean, I did that already in the past once, and you can very much do that here as well. You can go to Forgotten Gods and get the canister bomb axe as well and play canister bomb on top. But instead I was gonna try a full cocktail approach this time. I get 1, 2, 3 cocktail items instead this time, and then for additional single target just use Grenado. And Grenado got buffed this patch anyway. Canister Bomb didn't. Canister Bomb was pretty much unchanged since I don't know, 1 year or almost 2 years. I think it actually got nerfed a little bit at some point 2 years ago. So yeah. Is Necro also pet mastery? Oh yeah, Necromancer is also pets, of course. Necro, Shaman, Occultist are all 3 pet masteries. I mean, I would also say that currently though, Necromancer, at least for endgame, is probably the weakest out of those 3. I don't know, it's just skeletons kind of fall off hard and require ridiculous gear to be even decent, not even amazing good, but playable good. Then you have the Blight Fiend, right? The Blight Fiend is also, I mean, it's an okay pet, I think. It's just not as good as say, what's it called? It's not as good as the Briarthorn, for example. Briarthorn is just Giga Chad, basically. I don't know. Briarthorn is OP. And then Occultist doesn't have such amazing pets either. I think Hellhound and Raven are okay, but not as good as Briarthorn. Maybe the same as Blight Fiend. But Occultist itself just has better pets, better support, better passes for pets than Necromancer has. Necromancer has 1 good pet apparently currently, the Reap Spirit pet is pretty good. Actually, but I don't know. I mean, pets in general are always kind of item dependent. And I feel the Necromancers, for endgame at least, even more item dependent than say a Shaman Occultist combo. Yeah, Raven is really good the first couple of levels. And then I feel it's just not that good anymore. Either because there's no items for it earlier. In mid game there's no items for the Raven. The AI of the pet is kind of annoying. Like it will very often like stand, I don't know, like behind some stuff and like try to shoot through walls, but it can't actually shoot through walls and stuff like that. Like just it being like a ranged pet is kind of annoying sometimes. Compared to like melee pets that like will always run to the enemy's face and like always deal damage.
Well, not
The best feature of the Raven is the aura. On your average pet build, yes. I mean, there are some builds like Bismiel's set build, for example, where you can have like 2 Ravens. Or there's an amulet where you have like Raven with more projectiles, and then like the Raven actually deals like ridiculous damage as well. But without those items, he's kinda only good like very early and then falls off like very quickly, like even quicker than skeletons, I feel like. Or like just as quickly. Pet builds reward game knowledge more so than... I mean... Generally I would kind of say yes, I guess. And like... having to like gear... I mean, it's just like you have to gear for more stats, right? You have a feeling I will be playing Grim Dawn when Diablo 4 releases? Stuck in Grim Dawn forever. Despaired. Please help. I mean, I wouldn't say like... I mean, getting one hit by like an enemy, I would put into the game mechanics category, not the like... I mean, okay, you also... I guess it's like game knowledge as well. I would say pets need like item knowledge, more so than like general like game knowledge maybe. Whereas like a melee build requires game knowledge and like mechanics. Like, you know, this boss has like this attack or like this melee attack that you want to dodge, and then you need to also be like quick enough to like still deal damage and then dodge the attack and then like deal damage again. Whereas on a pet build you just like run around in circles and you don't really have to like know what the... The thing is, if you're playing a pet build, you just like have to know what your pets need. Like, you need to know how to build your character, you don't need to know what the game actually has, like what the enemies actually have, right? Because you can just, as long as you just play in a way that you never get hit by anything, and like just let your tank, like you let your pets tank everything, you don't need to like know the actual skills of the enemies, right? But pet gearing is so easy. I would say it's harder than non-pet gearing. It might be still somewhat easy, but I don't know. I haven't played like pets in a hot minute. Yo, master, welcome. But thinking of starting this game, is it worth buying? Does it require purchasing a bunch of stats or something else we have to buy, otherwise cannot pay efficiently? Is it a pay-to-win game? It is a pay-to-play, and then no microtransaction whatsoever in the game. There is no MTX at all, like not a single MTX in the game basically, apart from, I guess, the supporter packs, which are, like, most people don't even know they exist. It's like literally like only like two cosmetics basically, something like that, or like 4 cosmetics, but you don't need them at all. Like, the in-game gear looks just as good. The only thing that you need to buy is like base game, Ashes of Malmouth, and Forgotten Gods. Like, those 3 things is what you want, right? Crucible is like optional endgame mode if you want to play that at some point, and the supporter packs are like literally like only like, I mean, they're called supporter packs because you only should buy them if you want to support the developers. You don't need them in any way whatsoever. Like, the cosmetics aren't even like better than the actual in-game stuff, like the normal in-game stuff. Like the stuff that you get by default. So yeah, it's a just buy the like complete collection, or like buy the base game with like the 2 DLCs, like the 2 expansion packs, like fully fledged expansion packs. They are 1000% worth it when it comes to like what kind of content and items and classes they add. I mean, it's like an old school game, right? Like how you play like, I mean, playing Grim Dawn without expansions is like playing Diablo 2 without a lot of destruction, right? That's kind of like how you have to think about these expansions here. No, it will not. No. You will, like, once you have the game, you don't need anything. Everything that you want in this game, you have when you buy the game. And if you want, like, some additional, like... Okay, there's, like, one thing that you might want, for example. It's like a certain, like, item filter. Or, like, not an item filter. It's more like an item... Like a specific item highlighter that, like, highlights affixes differently. But it's like a... Like, free to download, TXT file, like the rainbow filter, for example. It's kind of like when you like download a item filter in Path of Exile, right? Like that's just all you have to do there. It's no more than that. And I'm not even like using it right now. Like the game has an in-game item filter, which you can use to like filter items. And the thing is that I'm just talking about is like only for like highlighting affixes. You can play with friends. You can play multiplayer up to 4 people. However, there are no servers. It's all like peer-to-peer, very old school. I mean, just like an indie developer, right? No servers. One guy hosts the game, the other friends like join your game, and then you can play together. But yeah, the game is balanced around single player, like pretty much like around SSF single player. You wouldn't buy to play with friends; it just wouldn't work. I mean, yeah, there are some cases where it doesn't work for some reasons, because you have to like do some plug forwarding and stuff like that. I mean, the people that I played that like actually together with, I had no issues. We had some issues, of course, though, when we did the PvP tournaments, of course. There were some issues there. But generally, I would say it like totally works fine for co-op. You play like 3 to 4 hours every day. How many days will it take to finish the game? I mean, it heavily depends on like what you consider finishing the game. If you like the standard like normal difficulty campaign with all stuff on top, like all the DLCs on top, is maybe like
Damn good reason to be here.
I don't know, like
assume you're just another ethereal. You're not from Malmeth, though.
10 to 20 hours. But you're not like finished right then. Like that's like Diablo 2. You have like 3 difficulties, like 3 playthroughs. Like Elite is an entire new playthrough. Ultimate is another like entire new playthrough. There is an end. Yeah, I mean technically there is an end. But it still like depends what you wanna do. Like some stuff is pretty fucking hard. And for some things you might have to like grind for hundreds of hours to like get the gear, to like make the build. Also like to get the game knowledge and like to be able to like kill certain bosses. Like if you're good with like if you're good with RPGs, you might like finish all content at like 100 hours, for example. Or like 50 hours maybe. I don't know. If you're like really good, maybe like 50 hours. If you're like not quite as good, maybe like 100. But you can also like play 1,000 or 2,000 hours. I don't know, I have like over 6,000 hours in this game. Because there's so many builds you can make. And like the actual end game of this game, apart from like celestial bosses, basically like uber bosses kinda, like a rift-like system, the Shattered Realm, an arena mode, the Crucible, and roguelike dungeons. The actual endgame apart from that is basically like making new builds, like trying new builds with new items, playing like all 9 classes, or like maybe like playing all combinations of, like you can like pick 2 masteries, like 2 classes basically, and there's 9 classes, so you can combine like lots of masteries together, play it in like several different ways. Yeah, I don't know. the game has a shit ton to offer. I mean, I would generally say it's like, this game is far better than Diablo 2, it's far better than Diablo 3. It's like, Diablo games are not even close to this game. The only other RPG that's arguably better than this and has more content is Path of Exile. But for single player experience, especially like when you like the combat to be a bit more slower, like just not as zoomy as PoE, then this is like literally the best single player experience as well. Like Path of Exile has like seasons, and I mean Grim Dawn also has seasons, kind of, in a way. Path of Exile has well, like proper like online servers and trade and so on. This game really doesn't have like an economy and stuff like that. If you're like looking for like trade and economy, then you have to play Path of Exile. But if you don't really care about that, then this is literally like, I think, the best single player RPG experience there is. Even though the game is like already like what, 5-6 years old now, it still is like, it's just better than pretty much anything else. Crafting, yeah, Grim Dawn does have like very limited crafting, only like I mean, you find a blueprint, you craft the item, that's kind of it. There's no like crafting from scratch, like with several different like methods and modifiers and currencies like in PoE. That doesn't really exist here. If you want crafting, play a survival game, like play Valheimers. Or chop wood in New World. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Path of Exile is also very like, I feel like it's kind of harder, like certainly harder to get into than this game. Grim Dawn isn't always like actually super easy to get into either, I would say, but it's way easier to get into than Path of Exile in my opinion. Like it is more new player friendly, for sure. Don't you have to grind the base materials like brains and such? I wouldn't really say you have to grind them. I mean, yeah, you sometimes need, I mean, you need base materials to like craft stuff, but if you're like usually playing through the campaign like properly and getting brains properly and so on, you should have like a decent amount of brains, or like hearts and bloods, whatever you need, right? But yeah, sometimes you have to like farm some materials like Udon Blooms, of course, or like Aether Crystals. It's not like material farming doesn't exist in this game, but it's nowhere near close like the currency farming in PoE. Like it's nowhere that's on the same level. I feel like Grim Dawn has a overall like very nice mix of like, you know, some like crafting material farming like Udon Blooms or like Aether Crystals or Bloods and Brains sometimes. But most of the gear you just like, you know, you farm something or like even target farm something because like specific mobs can like drop specific gear and so on. And then you, well, like target farm the mobs and you know that whatever is gonna drop, if you get that lucky drop, it's actually good, right? Like drops matter a lot more than here than PoE. Like in PoE you don't care about drops really, right? I mean sometimes you do, but most of the time you maybe like are looking for some item that gives you a certain currency, or like you're looking for a certain base and then you just craft on it, right? Whereas here, since you can't really like craft it much, everything that drops also matters. You've grinded a lot of blooms, but not too bad, yeah. I mean, these blooms, wherever they are, I don't have any on me right now, I think they're in my stash. I might have like maybe 20 or something right now. But you usually need like 100 per character to like fully deck it out with like proper augments and components, you know? But I mean, it's like 100, right? It's not like 1,000 or something like that. And you get like 100 blooms in pretty much like 1 hour. Yeah, it's like 1 hour of farming. That's it. That's all you have to do. Like, Grim Dawn is an ARPG that respects your time. It is, like, drop rates are focused around single player solo self found. It's not focused around, like, trade. There are no, like, items that have, like, a 1 in a bazillion chance to drop. There are some rare items, yes, but, like, not really, like, that close to, like, any PoE chase items.
Well, you weren't lying. I've spoken with Corinne. Is there something you...
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Might use this one instead of my current belt, actually. This is not a bad belt. Pretty much level 50. Alright. Once we have cleared the steel cap district, we should be level 50, and then we can change some gear again. Did Ground Zero retire? Now he's just wrecked by work currently.
There you are. While discussing.
Corinne,
Alright, let's go back to like a place where we can also do some crafting, like Devil's Crossing, for example.
Come see what's left of my wares.
So I could play these like rune plates of Ignifire. Actually pretty decent. We could play the Fiend Leather Girdle here as well. It's actually pretty decent armor as well. I do lose like some Aether resistance here and there, and I kind of want Aether resistance for this act, but for the Act 6. But oh well. It'll be fine. I get some more crit damage up here. And I kind of want to make my way towards Conversion, which gives me more CC resistances. On the other hand, I just said I need more Aether resistance, right? So this one over here gives me Aether resistance. So might as well like put some points into Overload. Yeah, so that's... Okay, and then also we had some boots in my stash here, right? The Goldenborn Greaves. And also a Gargabol's Ring of Scorched Runes. Which I might be using instead of what? Maybe not yet. Wait, so this one will give me Pierce and Poison resistance. Right. But remove my stun rest and also have me have less cold rest. I'm not a big fan of that, but if we do the switch, we can also do this switch. Kinda. I mean, I'm losing Aether resistance again, but other than that, it's fine. Okay. I probably need more movement speed now, yeah. So I need to put another Mark of the Traveler. There it is. Okay. And then what? Can put another Soul Shard or like Corpse Dust here to fix the Vitality resistance. Well, Aetherus is kind of scuffed, so well, I guess it is what it is. It is what it is. You'd struggle in Grim Dawn with the transition from normal to elite. I mean, as long as you have some damage and as long as you just like make sure you have 25% overcap on your first row, going from normal to elite, it's like actually pretty easy, I think. But honestly, that's like one of the reasons why sometimes, or actually more than sometimes, almost always, recommend new players to at least check out the veteran difficulty. I mean, if they hate veteran, absolutely, like, okay, don't just play normal. But if you play veteran, right, as Naomi always like used to say, veteran makes you have to use the game's mechanics, right? Veteran, like, teaches you the game. Normal difficulty, everything is a bit too easy. Like, it doesn't really, like, teach you the game that well. So, like, if you're only playing normal and then go to elite after that, yes, you're gonna hit a wall. If you haven't been, like, playing the game properly before. Because even if you haven't been playing the game before properly, in normal you don't actually see that. Like, you don't feel that your build is bad. But if you're playing veteran, then you will feel that your build is bad. Which is why I very often actually like recommend people to play on veteran if they're new to the game. because then they at least learn how the game works like right away. And yeah, like if you're playing veteran, then the jump from veteran to elite isn't like that bad anymore. Or I mean, you can also just learn the game in elite. That is another approach, sure. But yeah, I mean, just don't be frustrated when you're going from normal to elite. You will hit a wall if you haven't been like face rolling normal before. And yeah, you can also like always switch between normal and elite, and you can always like switch between normal and veteran as well. You can just like turn it off and on again. You can do like, I don't know, like act 1 in elite is usually pretty easy still, but then like the other acts in elite, I feel like the game usually like starts to like really get harder around like act 3 elite or something like that. Or even if, or like if you do the expansion packs, like Forgotten Gods elite is also like pretty hard already. I mean, the thing is like levels don't necessarily mean you're gonna have an easier or harder time in elite. It's in the end like it's all about like what your gear is, and it depends on like is your gear, like it depends on is whether or not your gear is appropriate to your level, and it depends like how many devotion points you have, and it depends on like whether or not your build itself is just like good or bad. That's like what it depends more on, I feel like, than raw levels, because everything in Grim Dawn scales with you anyway in a certain way or form. I mean, not everything all the way, like in Elite and Normal, there is like a max level for certain areas, of course, or like for pretty much all areas. But in Ultimate, for example, nothing will ever stop scaling with you, so like just having level, like you can't really like out-level stuff that well in Grim Dawn. You can in Normal, sure, you can in Elite as well, and to a certain degree, but at the very least in Ultimate you won't be able to like out-level stuff. So like Ultimate is all about whether or not your build is like working or not, basically. But I mean, campaign is still, even in Ultimate, I would say reasonably like easy, or like has a reasonable difficulty, so that like a lot of builds work. Grim Dawn has like huge build diversity after all, and overall like the builds are also like very like kind of close to each other in power level. There is no like insane power discrepancy between builds, like between working builds at least, let's say it like that, compared to games like PoE or Last Epoch or Inquisitor Martyr and those kind of games. If you struggle to kill the enemy, then you probably don't have enough. If you struggle to kill stuff, right, you either are using the wrong skill, or you don't have proper item support for that skill. Like for example, if you're playing Cocktail, right, I have 21 points at level 50 in Cocktail. And why? Because I'm using an offhand that has like stuff to Cocktail, I'm using a medal that has stuff to Cocktail, and I'm using a weapon that has stuff to Cocktail. Not only is it skill points, but it's also skill modifiers on top, right? So with these skill modifiers, you could basically say I have like 30 points in Cocktail, right? That's why my Cocktail is so strong right now. If you don't have these items, your Cocktail is like a fraction of this power level, right? But the thing is, like, the items in Grim Dawn that do this kind of stuff, they're either legendary and like random drop, okay, or they're just like so-called monster frequents, which just require you to like know from which enemy to get them, and then go there and get the item, right? So Grim Dawn is a lot about like item game knowledge. Like you don't find these items randomly in the world, you have to like go to specific places and kill specific bosses or enemies to get these items. And if you know that, then the game is kind of, well, easy, honestly. And you can also like look it up in GRIMTOOLS, right? There's a item database, for example, in GRIMTOOLS, and what you can do here is you can just like look for item skill modifiers, right? You click on this here, and then you choose the skill if you're choosing, for example, Cocktail, and then you will automatically see all the items in the game that have stuff to Cocktail. You can see I'm using this item right now, I'm using a Flame Stripe, I'm using a Codex, and I'm also using this medal. So I'm like kind of already like using all the items in the game that support my skill. At least like all the green, easy to get while leveling items. Kinda weird that monster frequencies are the same color as rare items. Yes, I 100% agree, and I 100% think that they should finally fix it at some point. But they still haven't, and it kind of pisses me off. But it is what it is. That's also one reason why I, for new players, even though I'm not using it myself, would still always like recommend the item, what's it called? Rainbow filter mod, right? Because the rainbow filter mod will make it so that you will actually see monster frequencies. They will give monster frequencies like a slightly different color, and they also will make it, for example, so that when you have a normal green rare item, right, you would see that this one, for example, is a Vigorous Assault Grease of Alderman's Wrath. So Vigorous is a magic prefix, so it would show Vigorous in yellow. Assault Grease is just like a trash base, so it's like white, right? Assault Grease would be white. And of Alderman's Wrath is a rare suffix, so this would be green, right? So like yellow, white, green. Whereas this item, a Corrosive, Flame Strife of Wildfire, Corrosive being magic, like yellow, right? Flame Strife being a rare, like monster frequent, so green, Ugnabog Flame Strife would be green, and of Wildfire would also be green because it's a rare suffix. So this is like a yellow, green, green, this is a yellow, white, green, and this is like infinitely better than this one, which you can kind of tell maybe because of the stats that these items have, but it's a little bit unintuitive for the new players, and that is one of the big, like, clarity problems this game still has that I would like also mourn about if I'm a new player, and I'm always criticizing whenever I have the chance as well, but it hasn't changed yet. I mean, they could also just like make these like a completely different color, like I don't know, they could be like, I don't know, orange, or I don't know what other colors are there, like red. Just don't make them like the same green as like the, I don't know, it's weird. There's just assume you know everything from Titan Quest. That's the funny thing though, right? And even in Titan Quest, monster frequencies have a different color, right? Like normal greens are greens in Titan Quest, but monster frequencies are actually like olive green. They're also green, but it's just like a different touch, right? But in Grim Dawn, they're not different at all. And that pisses me off, honestly. Like, why? It makes the game, like, unnecessarily, like, obtrusive. Obscuring, whatever is the word, I don't know. English is hard. We have different greens? Yeah, different, like, color codes are in the game, they're just not being used. That's the funny part. Yeah, like the color codes are already like in the game. The only thing they would have to do is like use a different color code for them. I don't know, maybe it's something I can just like mod in the season, and maybe that's just like what I should do there. Just give them like a different green in the season by default. Like even without rainbow filter. Maybe that's a way how to do that. That's literally what you did, yeah. I mean, I could just like change it in the base txt file then as well, right? Because the rainbow filter file just overwrites it, right? So... yeah. I don't know. I guess I could just do it as well. Honestly, it's like... it's so weird, like... why? Have you contacted the Rainbow Filter Mod Maker about just... No. I just said, hello Illuminator, I'm contacting you right now. Good take, fuck off. Hello? why am I not using a rainbow filter? Because it's technically like a mod, and especially like these beginner playthroughs, I just wanna like play as vanilla as possible. And also I've played the game too much. So I'm always like telling myself that I don't need it, which is kind of true, but also maybe kind of not true because it's like always useful for anyone who's playing this game. It still like makes things like a little bit easier and quicker to see. Like I wouldn't be against like having rainbow filter just the yeah, you can see like the holy, was it? I'm sorry, I don't know, this is totally agree. My apologies, guys. Can we have subtitles?
Good work. You.
Yeah, I need.
Sure you got
Oh my god, I need to get a new cable. I guess. Fuck me.
See anything you like?
It's annoying as fuck. Subtitles only available in German, yeah. I wouldn't be against putting the rainbow filter into the mod by default, to be honest. I wouldn't mind. We could do that. We could just do that.
See you around.
Honestly, this chest is not terrible. Right, has the same poison rust. We don't need the lightning rust anyway. Cunning it away on top. More armor. I mean, yeah, let's just use it. Let's just use it. Oh, I also have a Praetorian helmet, right? Where is it? There it is. Oh, and these shoulders. Or like these shoulders. Or these. No, these. No. They're not even like that good anymore. They're like low armor. Okay, what is the swap here? So we swap Pierce Rust for Poison Rust. We get Stun Rust, but we also like lose away, right? I mean, we lose like 160 away there. Holy shit. Huh. Question mark.
Come see what's left of my wares. Put it to good use.
Yeah, the community seasons are at this point at a point where they do not only try to like replicate something like PoE/Diablo seasons, but they also add like a new act basically. They add new items. I mean, I guess PoE seasons also like at some point like added new acts and stuff like that, you know. I mean, they have more content than Diablo seasons, that's for sure. Right? Like Diablo seasons are kind of kick W, right? They add like nothing. The Grim Dawn seasons add more than the Diablo seasons, that's for sure. Alright, so you wanna go to Crown Hill all the way, like clear this one vent, and then you wanna go back to Steacap to get the side quests. Then you wanna backtrack a bit. Or like, I mean, if you did like the ideal route here, you don't even have to like backtrack that much because you're like going to into zones that you haven't been to before. You open up this chest. You open up this chest over here for Yvonne's memory. There we go. And then you wanna rescue the other group of people over there. It's flat armor reduction and physical at percent reduction. Armor reduces a flat amount, yeah, and this is a percent amount, yeah. Like physical resistance reduces a percentage and armor reduces a flat amount. That is correct. It's silly that the mod has no mods, just rainbow filter, instead of just adding the rainbow filter and then saying no mods. Yeah, I guess so as well. One power is a free square. Oh my god, the bully. Does armor apply before or after resistances? That's a good question. I think it applies... Wait. It used to apply before resistances in the past, right? Did they change that or not? I always forget. I don't know how I always forget about that, but for some reason I always forget. It should be like basic knowledge that I should know, and that I also knew at some point, and it is like somewhere in my videos, but... What is SSF? SSF stands for solo self-found usually, which in games like PoE means that you don't trade with anybody, or like you don't play multiplayer ever. In Grim Dawn it also means rather like character self-found, to be honest. Like this character is not going to use anything that my other characters have found before. So it's like a fresh start. Like I'm basically like I've reset my account pretty much before starting this character, so that I simulate the game in a way how it would be played by someone who's never played the game before. And I mean, whoever like just bought the game can play literally the same thing that I'm playing right now. Yo, Deflated Toaster, welcome back, thanks so much for the sub. Apologies for the alerts not working. I have no idea why they're not working still. Hopefully next year, I mean next stream. Welcome back to the Bloomers, much appreciated. This chest is also pretty nice actually. But Exterior's Arcane Robes of Voidfire. Mystic prefix. Mystic's like percent spirit, not really that good at this point. Of Voidfire is like fire and chaos stuff with like some resistances as well. Like this is unironically really good. And it also has poison rust. Level 50. I'm gonna use this for sure, I think. This is really good find. Really nice. And it's also like a monster frequent, right? Like if you're watching this on YouTube and you're saying like, wow, this guy has like some crazy gear, how the fuck did he get it? I mean, literally just like kill this boss over and over until you have it, right? Like it's not like that hard to get it, honestly. If you don't get it on the first time, you might not get the exact affixes, but like honestly these aren't even like that good. They're like whatever, they're kind of okay. But the item itself you can get easily by just like killing the boss. And if you didn't drop it, like just reset your game and kill her again. Yo, Kazjak, welcome in, thanks for the follow. Yeah, follow sounds are also not working, I don't know why.
Good, you've arrived.
Why is it like, oh my god. It's so scuffed. Like, because I added the alerts twice, it's like playing it twice when I'm testing it. But like, when it actually should work, it's like working 0 times. What is happening? You have a Kabbalist's Wendigo Eye of the Untamed, you found it for 7 hours. I mean, if you're like in the end game, right? Like at level 100, then it's totally fine to like take your time to farm those items because you can get rewarded with like crazy rolls. Like while leveling, you don't need to do that, right? I mean, you saw like how much I farmed for like these items. Like, sure, some of the affixes like are not that good, but it works, right? That's good enough. You don't need to like spend hours farming while leveling. Like, do like 1 to 2 to 3 runs. I don't know, like maybe get like 1 or 2 items, and then just roll with those items. It's fine. Scuffed on this stream, really? Microphone getting muted. Alerts not working. Yep, typical rector stream, I guess. Professional streamer maybe next year. Praetorian chest guard. Well, that's another chest as well to consider on like pretty much any build. The level 50 3-piece Praetorian set is honestly like a really good defensive set on like any build, honestly. Just like a bunch of health, resistances. If you're using a shield, it's even better, I guess. And yeah, 2-piece gives you like 12%, I mean 15% physical resistance even, right? It's kind of crazy. Makes you very tanky. Am I manually... yes I am. I have key binding for that on middle mouse, right? To activate camera rotation. And then you just like hold it down and like move left and right. I do that to trigger people. I don't know, I'm kind of addicted. And I think it's great, like, I don't know, like you always just like wanna have your enemies like where you properly can see them. Because like imagine like having a enemy like below your health bar. I don't know, it's kind of cringe. Also, the areas are beautiful, right? Like just look at them from all the angles. I mean, I'm not saying in the game is like unplayable if you don't do it. Like it's definitely playable without rotating the camera. Like there are plenty of people playing this without even like ever touching that function. But I don't know, I don't mind it. I'm not getting like seasick here. So yeah. This, I mean, okay, this place might be not that beautiful, right? Like all the dead like bodies like incorporated into some like weird flesh-like structures, like intestinal structures. It's not really like a beautiful sight, but yeah. You don't want to know how my flat looks like? My flat looks like the Fleshworks. I mean, what? With moaning background sounds? Yeah, you can like listen to them from all angles as well if you rotate the camera, right? Is that Mike?
I will make this painful.
He will make this painful, he said. He died. Burn it all down, yep. Alright. Throw a cocktail here, sure. Just burn it all to the ground, right? I mean, that's what we're playing here. Just burn it all to the ground. Complete all of Mammoth in like, what, 2 hours? I guess, yeah. Kinda. It's like 2.5 hours since I started the stream, kinda. And I started with Gloom Wall today. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss a single side quest either, unless I fucked up. Or like forgot about one. At least all the ones that I can do so far. Like there's some that are still like reputation locked that you cannot do until you get like a certain amount of reputation. Like the Black Iron Cox, for example. I mean docks. But other than that... Missed legendary sex scene. In the Black Iron Cox. Yep. Ground zero. Oh wait, what? Who's cocking and boiling his own asshole? Oh, you mean... Oh, Mike. Yeah, Mike is doing that. Mike's pretty good at that, I've heard. Alright, let's get some more Aether resistance for the boss here. Because I heard he deals Aether damage, trying to have 46 of that. Kinda like the lowest stress that I have. Okay, apart from stun. That's literally zero, Monka. Literally zero. Wokage. This boss has music? Nice. Oh, he died.
Arrogance will be your end.
And he died. Alright. Stage 3? That's gonna be hard, right? For sure. And he died. Yeah, monster frequencies aren't OP, guys. Okay, that's Mammoth done, I guess. DLC Megabot, yep.
Please, good. Tell me.
Okay, so the main reason why I'm dealing that like ridiculous damage
I was.
is because
I'm talking about.
monster frequencies, like this one giving like flat damage to Cocktail, or this one giving flat damage to Cocktail, or this one giving flat fire damage to Cocktail, are honestly broken as fuck because they give you the same amount of flat damage at pretty much level 1 as they do at level 100. Of course, like you scale that percent, like that flat damage more later with like higher percent damage, right? But like I don't know, they should really like make all of those scale in my opinion at least. But I know that the actual developers have like different opinions on that. They want their game to be this easy on normal difficulty, I guess, which is somewhat understandable. But like this easy, come on. Now people might be saying like, okay, why aren't you playing on Veteran then, right? Blah blah blah. I mean, I could have done it on Veteran and would have like taken 3 seconds longer, I guess, but that's it. Like it doesn't really like change that much at this point. Dude, 798 armor, holy shit. What is this item?
Iron well spent.
The only bosses with memorable battle music are Theoden and Warden Krieg. I think Korvac music is also pretty good, but yeah, Theoden is better than Korvac music-wise. If only you could even like listen to the music there. If only he didn't die in like 2 seconds. Alright, return Yvonne's note. Why not? Why not? We can also talk to this lady down here. And now she tells us we should go and secure the Black Iron Locks. I mean, alright, might as well do that real quick. Might as well do that real quick. It's like over here, right? Yeah. Alright. Repair the backtracking. What the fuck? The devs learned from Titan Quest that everybody would just maul about the game being too hard. The main problem with Titan Quest is not that it's too hard, it's that it's like too slow, like too grindy. I don't think Titan Quest is like actually harder than Grim Dawn. It's just you take like 50 hours to get to level 2 basically. Right? I don't know, you're just leveling like 1 level per hour. At least in my opinion, it's like the problem in Titan Quest compared to Grim Dawn. I mean, also, yeah, skill modifiers in Grim Dawn exist, skill modifiers don't exist in Titan Quest, and skill modifiers also do make the game actually easier though. I'll give you that, right? It is not only quicker in Grim Dawn to level, but it's also like a bit easier to, well, make certain skills stronger. Bourbon Clone's music is POG? I mean, it's stolen from Titan Quest. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, it's kind of weird that that's in the game even. But, I mean, it's good music, of course, but it's kind of weird. Kuplang starts characters at Ultimate 65. Yeah. Like, instead of rebalancing the XP curve, they just give you the option to, like, make a character that's already level 65. It's kind of cringe in my opinion. Like, I don't know. I mean, Kerplunk stream is like an Act 1 simulator anyway, right? For the most part, at least. Back to the horse, yeah. You saved my horse. Act 1 is home of the Carl.
Was the mission?
Alright. The mission was success. Success. Let's go. Oh yeah, we also gave Yvonne back her memory, right? Which means there's a chest up here. It's like her thanks to us. I guess we could also like do this quest real quick. This tiny side quest here. Which means, yeah, we have missed a Chaos Rift in Morndale. We have gotten the first clue, right? Didn't get the second clue. Which is in a Chaos Rift in Morndale here. This is a quest I usually actually skip, but I mean, we can do it, why not? Wanna have like a clean quest log at least. Where did we go though? Like this, I guess? Naomi will be higher ranked than you in chess soon. I mean, she's also playing a lot, right? And, like, unless you're a Pepega, if you do something a lot, you're gonna get better at it. Alright, so you want to look out for these kind of areas, right, where you have like these kind of red sigils on the ground. Because the like Chaos Rift in this area can spawn at one of those places, or like in any of those places, at random. There it is. Alright, but there's also a totem over here, which I might want to click on first. Let's see. Alright, in the Cinder Wastes there are like kind of two enemies of interest. Number one would be who? The guy with the quest item. The minion of Dravis, Bandragos. Number two would be some Chthonian that we don't really have to kill though, but he's interesting in the league, and in the seasons, because he has like a monster frequent there. He doesn't here, he's kind of whatever here. He just exists, I guess. And then there's another like third boss on the second area, which can like drop belts, which are also generally really nice and interesting, but like for this character useless, unfortunately. Okay, there's Gabalthun, that's the Chthonian I was talking about. And the Chthonian mini-boss here. He can be actually like quite tough, but yeah, he doesn't really like have any drops unless you are playing those wonderful seasons. He did drop an Eye of the Storm though. That would be an insane drop at this point of the game if you're playing a shaman. Like a lightning shaman especially. Alright. There we go, we got the quest item Dravis is offering. And we're gonna proceed to the next level here real quick. Just kill the other third boss as well. Yo, Loop, welcome. Am I not gonna farm the Fire Strike crossbow? No. No. We're not playing Fire Strike here. We're playing a caster. But if you wanna play Fire Strike, then that Fire Strike crossbow from the Ugnenborg, or like rather from Gloomwald, is pretty good as well, yeah. Pretty good. Chess tournaments in Germany, I mean of course. Alright, this is the boss, I guess. Now depending on like what you do with these guys, you will have a different outcome in a certain area in the Forgotten Gods Act. What that exactly is though, I mean, feel free to find out. Okay. Now the only thing left to do is the Forgotten Gods area, right? Let's assist the Cult of the Rig, let's do it. Let's go. Wait, actually no, before we do that, pause jump. Before we do that, we need to go back here and I'll show you something, right? I mean, there are relics in the game. I'm currently using the Bone Talisman. Kind of basic, we got it from like Act 2, from like scamming the guys, right? Like giving, like not giving back them their Elder's Amulet. Now what you can do though in this area here, once you have unlocked the vendor in Steelcap District, is you can talk to this guy Hiram, right? Hiram sells you blueprints for relics. And you can basically like buy all the ones that you don't have yet. Like for example Death Chair and Blade Dancer. And then you can either reset the game or you can open up your clock here, which you can do like above your level, right? Click on this like small symbol here, then you can activate the clock. And now you wanna like wait 15 seconds, pretty much. And that will reset the vendors in the areas that you are not in. And then you wanna go back to the vendor and check him out again and see which other relics he can sell now. And the relic that you wanna get eventually is the Conflagration relic. Because Conflagration relic is another +1 all skills to Demolitionist, and it's just good. Cheats? I mean, kinda.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. Iron well spent.
You can always see whether or not you already have these, right? Like if it says at the very bottom already learned, then you already have those, obviously. Vendor farming is so exciting, bad chest. In June there's a tournament like only 35 kilometers away. Nice, nice. Making a new game is faster if you have GRIMTOOLS on an SSD. Well, you never spawn in steel cap though, that's the problem, right? If you spawned in steel cap, it would be.
Price of what I've got left.
But you can never spawn there.
Put it to good use.
Do you have 2 loading screens though? I guess so. Even faster on an XDD. Need some wind trading in that fest.
Come see what's left of my
Some
wares.
wind trading, lol.
Put it to good
You need
use.
someone to win against in case you lose everything else, like feel better about yourself, right? Wait, maybe you get configuration from somewhere else, right? I mean, this guy like sells almost all tier 1 and tier 2 relics.
Thing you like. Iron well spent.
I mean, you need all of them eventually anyway, like buying the ones that you don't need right now. It's not bad because eventually you want to have all of them anyway. Conflagration. I mean, you could also buy the crystals, yeah. Okay, now conflagration is sold by this guy, yeah. Savage, Blight, oh my god, where is it? Please, game. So according to GRIMTOOLS, you can buy this relic in Port Velbury from Agarad, in from Vinelton in Ancient Grove, and from Hiram in Seacap District. There are some tier 1 relics that are sold by faction vendors.
Come see what's left of my wares.
But I'm pretty sure other than that, you can basically like buy all of them from this guy. Tea time at 9:20 PM. Okay.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Sacrifice and haunt, there we go. Alright, I mean, let's buy the other. I mean, okay, maybe not scrap, but. By the way, buying 1 Aether Shard here is 3 dynamite, right? Like, imagine like farming dynamite, right? When you can just like vendor farm this guy for like 3 dynamite like each time. Like, please don't listen to Reddit people saying you want to go to mines to farm dynamite. I mean, this is actually still quicker, slower than like just farming crystals and warden slabs, to be honest, but even this would be quicker than
Well spent.
like farming dynamite in mines. Go to immolation to farm dynamite. Heck W. Yo, Blade Monkey, welcome on. You farm dynamite in mines. Best way in 1.0. Is it though? Is it though?
See anything you like.
Alright, there it is. Conflagration. We got it. Thank you.
Put it to good use.
Okay, now we want to check out what we need for conflagration. We need Inferno, Calamity, Ruination. Calamity. Inferno. Needs a rigid shell. And Ruination. Alright. So we need a rigid shell. And then we also need a flint core bolts and enchanted flint, if I'm not mistaken. Right, this for Inferno, and then this for Conflagration, there we go. And now we have this relic. +1 all skills to demo, elemental res, fire damage, burn damage, spirit, energy regen, and also we have this Conflagration skill, which we can use instead of the fireball, right? We can just play Basically like a Scorching Ray. Hog you. Which needs mana like crazy. But I mean, yeah. Just don't use it that often, I guess. Alright. Hog you. And I mean, that's why I want to do this, basically. Alright, +1 demo means that we can pull 1 more points from Flame Touch, I believe. Yeah, use it to like apply dot burn, yeah. Like you wanna like just channel it shortly, like this, to like apply some burn. Like 7k burns tick like that. Not too bad. Alright, remove 1 here. This one is fine. I think I should actually remove 1 here. Like usually 14 points is like the sweet spot for Demon Fire. I mean, since we are converting the Chaos to Fire though, and it's like my main ability right now, I might still like wanna keep it, to be honest. Let's go for 5 points of Blast Shield. Kind of a very nice sweet spot there. And then moving forward now I wanna put more points in Thermite Mine. Put this at 12 points, and then like start moving towards like Conversion and Star Pact. And also the Mental Alacrity. Okay, we are ready for Act 7. Let's go. Bigfollows.com. Yeah, I don't know, man. Bigfollows.com. Stroke again. I bought viewer bots. Yeah. I bought follow bots and viewer bots, of course.
See anything
Yep.
you like?
Any bots in chat?
Iron well spent.
Please type Mr. Destructoid if you're a bot.
The sky. If you our seer.
Alright. No bots here. Yeah, see, there's no bots, guys. There's not a single bot in chat. Only bots. Only bots. Yeah. Just write your own bots, right? Then you don't have to buy bots. Okay. Bot, Monka. Pew. So the main reason why we're in Arcanus right now is we kinda wanna like sustain our energy. The thing is, the Maven's Field Protection needs energy regen though, right? Like it reduces your energy regen, unfortunately. This one increases it though, and this will also make it so that our skills need way less energy to cast. To get our question, finish Grim Dawn level 76 with a Kabbalist. When you start a new game on Elite, can you change the character without starting at level 1? Now if you make a new character, it's always gonna be level 1. There are ways to level quicker with additional characters. There are like items to speed up leveling that you can buy on your first character, or get on your first character. Like for example in the Mammoth faction up here, right, in Steelcap District, once you get them to Revered, to the very last like reputation status, right, you can buy experience potions there, which grant you 100% increased experience, like double your experience gain, or like for 1 hour, like 1 potion for 1 hour. So yeah, those are pretty nice. Then there are some items that give you like more XP gain. There are items that like let you skip difficulties. For example, if you if you have defeated Warden Krieg, like Act 1 on Elite, you can go to Conclave of the Three, right? And there's a vendor there that can sell you so-called merits. The one that you can buy in Elite will allow new characters to skip normal and like start at level 1 in Elite if they want to. And will also give you like all the skill points from quest rewards in normal and will unlock all the portals in normal. If you do the same in Ultimate, then that item will do the same for, well, for Elite as well. Right? You will be able to unlock Ultimate. You can go to Ultimate level 1, and you can, and you will get all the skill and attribute points from normal and Elite, and you will get all the portals unlocked for normal and Elite. And yeah, I mean, there are some ways. For example, I have like a guide for like how to speed level like alternative characters and like which items are useful, etc, etc. And if you like follow that one and you kind of like get used to how you do it, then you can like level a character from level 1 to level 94 in like 6 hours. 94 is the level that matters because, well, the highest level gear in the game is level 94. Level 100, like 94 to 100 is whatever. 94 is like what matters really. But yeah, if you are level 76 on your first character only, then you don't really have like that many items. I mean, you might have found, for example, the Explorer set, right? Explorer set is a pretty decent like leveling set early. For like a couple of early levels, there is like a ring that you can find here in Forgotten Gods that I can show you in a second after doing this dungeon. There is, as I said, like those merits that like allow you to hit all the portals, making it a little bit like quicker to like pot around and like speed up your quest progression with that. And there are the like experience potions that you can get from Act 6. But honestly, like grinding the reputation on normal difficulty is kind of painful. I would only do that in Elite or like Ultimate. Like grinding reputation all the way to Revered and normal is, yeah, it's rough. And you can do it with the bounties and just like killing Ethereals, but it takes a lot of time. I would say in general, like, XP pots are more important. Missing all the thermite mines. I would say in general, XP pots are more important than Lokar, yeah, but Lokar is also like really nice, helps a lot. You got 7k rotation, like an hour of killing Kyrian. I mean, if you enjoy that, sure. Kill the dinosaurs worth. Yeah. Could have like thrown one cocktail to like kill, like genocide the entire dinosaur population, but hey. What the fuck am I? Where am I going, dude? Speaking of reputations, can you max out all of them? I mean, apart from the ones where you have to like decide whether you want to like be hostile or friendly with them, right? There are some decisions you have to make. But the ones that you are friendly with, yes, you can max out all of them. And you can also max out like all the hostile ones to like the maximum like hostile, the max hostility. Yeah. Promise Strike better than Savagery? I think for early leveling, yes. I mean, endgame, both are like really good. Or Savagery might be even better. Also, where are my buffs? Hello, what am I doing? Where'd my buffs go? Oh, I think my buffs, like, when I was out of energy, right, they got removed as well. Hey, we got the finger. Fog you. Imagine arcaning yourself, I can't. I should use a second flint now, by the way, that I'm using the configuration relic. Yeah, you can also play both, like cooldown Promise Strike and Savagery filler. You can also play spam Promise Strike and play Savagery just for the attack speed buff. That also works. Alright, over here, right, the Leovinus' ring is, for example, one of the items as well that you can use to like speed up your experience gain. It's a level 10 legendary ring that has 3% experience gained on top. I mean, it's not like a lot, but it's something, right? And you find it like over here in the secret area. Close to the Temple of Ozio Rift. The rift is like down here, you go up here, and then you are here, and then you find it. And then you get it, and then you have it, and then you can use it on your second characters if you want. Or a new first one, even if you want. But yeah, usually I would say at this point, like at level 54, it's not worth it to use on your first character anymore. Because like these rings are just like way better anyway. Like stat-wise. But like once you have all your twink gear together, like all your leveling gear together, they are a very nice addition. And as long as you like don't need to use other like other rings for like resistance reasons, for example, then they're just like very, very good. Like I always like default back to them for like speed leveling. Wait, what? I can't throw down there? What the hell? There we go. I mean, damage-wise, it's like playing PoE right now. But like once you have a decent build, apart from like how speedy you are in PoE, like damage-wise, it's like the same. Like you just kill stuff in like one hit, like in one cast. If you play veteran, it would need like maybe 2 casts. Maybe. Maybe, right, maybe. Nemesis are like super bosses? They're a bit easier than super bosses. They're like between normal like regular purple tier bosses and celestial super bosses. It doesn't say when they spawn. I mean, you need to be Nemesis Infamy. Like you need to have like N Nemesis Infamy with them, right? And then they have like spawn locations, but they usually like spawn once per session. guaranteed once per session in like 1 out of their like 20 to 50 spawn locations. And when you're close to one, you will see like a big scut on your map. So you can't like just blindly run into one really. You know, you can also make your map bigger, right? Like over here, you can make the map bigger. And then you will see the skull. And you like are close to one. We gotta kill 15 Guardians of Ishtal. They're running in my face. I mean, that's very friendly of them, or like very nice of them. There's one guy still somewhere there. He's gonna die. Alright. Okay, let's start working on the turtle. I mean, we have obviously enough damage. Let's get some defense. I mean, yeah, it can happen that you like run into them if you're like being focused on other things and you don't pay attention. Alright, let's leave like a portal here. And I want to go to the next waypoint real quick. Then go back for the totem as well as a side dungeon here. Is the music loud enough? I feel like it's not quite. There we go. Did your things like still just die to like the first tick of my cocktail right now? What is this? They spawn like just insta die. Gonna remove the rares here because I'm like pretty much almost full and I wanna run through the entire dungeon here without having to go back. Hey! Should I refund Superfuse? I have no idea what Superfuse even is. I mean, I guess it's a game, but... Be a independently thinking human and like try it out yourself and then judge it. But... you can of course also like just watch videos and like... the hate. Nice, nice. I mean, compared to what Wilson devs have pulled off, right? Open world, camera rotation. Like, elite devs have only, like, removed trade. Right? I mean, for some people that's a big deal. LE devs just aren't releasing. I mean, have you looked at the game? Like, yes, it's getting better and better and better. Hello? Hello? They have rebalanced 94 out of their like 120 skill trees in LE. I mean, I feel like for half of them you don't really like feel that, but they have done it. Like they have like changed one single node, right, and stuff like that. Or like changed like one number and like one node. Like, okay, like you now play this node instead of that one node, and that's like all it has changed, right? If at all. There's no like big change. Or like no like big new skills. I mean, if it's working and it's like balanced and good, like why would you change stuff, right? But then again, that's not the case, right? And yeah, I mean, there are like 60 plus people working, right? Like, are like all 60 people like working on multiplayer, or what are they doing, right? Like who's doing, can't like someone like make a new skill in like a year? Yeah, the avalanche, right? Skill, for example, it's like fucking useless AF unless you pick like certain nodes. And it has been like that for literally 3 years. Like it hasn't changed a single time in any way. Remove the gear and still slap. Depends on the skills that you're using, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the multiplayer testing and so on, like it was cool and so on, right? It was nice. It wasn't like as bad as I might have thought it might have been eventually, maybe. But honestly, like, party invitation was still like sometimes a bit clunky. Okay, I mean, that gets really... Like, that will be done, like, that will be like properly working on release, right? Copium, I mean, maybe no Copium, but like actually it will work, right? But, okay, and like, sure, animations for Acolyte look good, right? And like some other redone like levels look good, right? But like, there are like 60 people, right? Or more. Like, there should be at least one guy, like, doing new skills or something like that. I don't know. Like, I feel like there are just 60 people doing, like, developer meetings, like, for 5 hours every day. Because if you do that, then you get nothing done, right? If you want, like, everyone to, like, do always the same crap, like, to be working, like, on one thing, and, like, nobody has... And, like, people haven't, like, dedicated fields that they're, like, working on, then it's kind of like hard to progress with content, I guess. I don't know. And like the rebalance, okay, also like the balance, right? Like they're getting like non-stop feedback from people like Lizard, right? Like people like Lizard who have like 8,000 hours in LE, they get like insane feedback from those people all the time. And like, what are they doing with that feedback? I have no idea. They're like saying, yeah, we are aware of the problem, we will fix it later. Copium. Or like they're saying, yeah, I know that's a problem, but we don't have the perfect answer yet. I mean, you're the fucking developer, like maybe start thinking about the answer for that. Right? Like, maybe start like thinking how you want your game to be played in the future. And the only adjustments that were like there for multiplayer were honestly like, what was it, like 40% increased HP on monsters? Like that's it? they didn't like properly like figure out how to handle like quest progression.
Put it to good use.
Like some quests seemed to work, some didn't. I mean, TLDR was like an LE, like just try to stick together like you do in Grim Dawn. I mean, Grim Dawn is a single player game though, like without no servers and like no heavy focus on multiplayer. Like that game had like multiplayer testing for fucking like 5 years now or something like that. Like how is the quest, like how is it still like a question mark, like whether or not like your quests work, right? I don't get it. Gotta be in the same area. Yeah, I mean, but then you have maps like the Lagoon Island. Like one area is like 1 square meter basically. And you have like 5 loading screens between like each square meter, right? Oh yeah, Temple of Terra. Yeah, true as well. Like, that was actually like one area. But it was like too big or something, right? It was too big. Like, I don't quite understand the coding there. The one thing that I think they have done somewhat correctly is like boosting and stuff like that. Like, for example, okay, one guy can like boost another guy, but the other guy, the thing is like experience scaling stops at like +5. So if you're level 20 and you're killing something that's like level 40, right? Or like your friend is killing something like that's level 40, you only get as much experience from that mob as if it was like level 25, right? So you only... So like ideally you want enemies to always be like 5 levels above you, and that means that like some ridiculous boosting isn't possible, which I think is like, okay, that's like, at least they didn't fuck up that, right? But other than that, I don't know. Like for them, like thinking about like how some things should be, like, okay, I mean there's like, okay, like one thing is performance, right? Like how like you do the code and so on, but like some of these things are, in my opinion, like just some code that's like totally independent of like what system you're using, or like what kind of like language you're using, or like what kind of service you're using. It's like totally independent from that. Also like probably totally independent of like from what kind of engine you're using. And they're just like design decisions, right? Like you have to do the design decision at some point and then like write the code to like represent that design decision, and that's it, right? And for something that's like in the works for like 4 or 5 years, like 4 years I think, I don't know, kinda like it's as if like the developers themselves haven't like quite decided on like how to approach the problem yet, and I don't know, they should know it like at some point, right? Can be done with all modern engines apart from Grim Dawn engine. I mean, even with Grim Dawn engine, like even Grim Dawn engine can like do more things than like the developers of Grim Dawn have done with the engine. Like you can do not as many things as like with other engines, of course, but like some things you can still do, right, that haven't been possible, like they haven't been done yet. I mean, some other like just very basic things are just, I don't know, like, they should work. Like, I don't know. I mean, honestly, like it's still fun. Like the game is fun, the gameplay is fun, like the gameplay feels crisp and so on. Like multiplayer was overall, I mean, if you like ignore the fact that I've been like working on that for like 4 years already, you could say like it's fine for like an early access game, right? But like when you know they have been working only on that and nothing else for basically like a year, apart from like their like animation department, but like animation department isn't like the department that should be working on like new skill designs or like balance and stuff like that, right? Then you're like, okay, like what was the rest of the team doing? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how many people were like involved in like rewriting the engine for multiplayer. Like, for example, in Grim Dawn, there was literally like one single guy doing the entire Xbox port, right? Like one single guy did the entire Xbox port for Grim Dawn. I mean, sure, it took him like also 3 or 4 years, but there was still like only one single guy doing the entire port. And then I'm like, okay, but like, what are the LE guys doing? Like, they're more people, right? They're more than one guy. I mean, at least they're doing a shit ton more than Wolsten developers, right? Like, Wolsten were also like 60 people or more. And Wolsten are like legit doing nothing, right? Like, those are like legit doing nothing. They're like, they have posted, I think, like another developer blog today, right? Or like yesterday, where they're like, look at these 3 new items that we're gonna have like in the fucking next acts that we promised like 4 years ago. Turn off the noises. I mean, maybe stop torturing your dog. Like, what are you saying? You work from home and watch streams and you're still super productive? Your entire dev team is 100% remote? Pog. Yeah, I mean, LE devs and also crate devs are also like 100% remote. Like, crate devs have been like 100% remote even like pre-COVID. Do I still put these on YouTube? Yes. These are, I mean, if not for YouTube, I wouldn't be running these, honestly. Like, these fresh start builds are pretty much only done because of YouTube. So yes, they will be on YouTube. Not today, but very soon, yeah. So you can hear me like ranting about other games in Grim Dawn as well on YouTube later if you want. Do you think the devs work on something secret? I mean, maybe they're like Grim Dawn developers, and like besides Grim Dawn, like you wonder why like some Grim Dawn's patches have like slowed down, and then you find out at some point, oh wait, they're working on like 2 different games at the same time, right? Like Farthest Frontier, for example, has like released recently to early access. Like maybe LE devs are like working on different games as well. Maybe. LE City Builder, Le City Builder. Oh, that's refund. I mean, it's a very different genre. If you don't enjoy it, I mean, totally understandable that you don't enjoy the genre. You think Wolsten work on a new game? I mean, they have to, right? They have to be working on another game. There's like no way. Everyone is working on Grim Dawn card game. I think actually the game that Xantai wanted to do at some point was something similar to like a Grim Dawn card game, but it got scrapped. Like the Xantai game got scrapped. Gwent Dawn, yeah. Honestly, Gwent, like, release, or like beta Gwent, like non-Witcher, but like the actual like standalone game Gwent, right? When it wasn't beta, it was a really good game, and then it got released and got kind of shitty, I don't know why. Like, so many people were actually like playing it in beta, myself included. But now it's just cringe, I don't know, just no, like, people have just stopped playing it. Wasn't it super unbalanced? I mean, it was, okay, like it was a little bit early access. And also like all card games are like unbalanced, like Hearthstone was also like unbalanced as fuck, right, on release. But it was still like fun and got pretty successful. Sponsored Naomi content, play Witcher 3 bad chest. But they changed the Gwent as well, like a standalone Gwent.
See anything you like?
I don't know, I've never played the Witcher 3 Gwent. I don't know like how close to Witcher 3 Gwent the standalone Gwent was. But standalone Gwent was pretty good actually. Like, in beta, it went to shit though, unfortunately. You played so much Gwent in Witcher 3? Alright, I guess I'll have to check it out at some point, yeah.
Got something you need stashed? I'll keep an eye out this. Come see what's left.
Okay, so what we wanted to do here was we wanted to get all the side quests done, right? So like we went to the what are they called? Like the dungeon here, the dungeon here. They also have like shrines inside them, so you always want to get like all the shrines, of course, right? That is very important. Then this thing you want to give to this guy.
Greetings, Seeker.
I don't know why he doesn't accept it yet. Maybe I need to like complete another quest first, like this one over here.
The thread Korvax indeed. What have I
Yeah, I've already dealt with the traitor, right? I've already dealt with the second quest here as well. Or maybe you need like more reputation with them as well. I don't know. Maybe like respect that? Oh no, now he wants it. Alright, perfect. Alright, here, take the tome. Now once you've given this guy the tome and you come back to him the next time, he will be swapped to a different kind of NPC, like a spirit guy basically, an inventor basically as well. And from now on, like all the inventors will be able to also kind of like reroll, or like rather not reroll, but like transmute items, which means, for example, if you have a set item, you can transmute it into another set item of the same set or of a different set, like within the same rarity, of course, like a blue into a blue, a purple into a purple, and so on and so on, right? So for like getting the set item that you want, that is, I mean, you need currency for it, like you need eldritch essences, but it's pretty ridiculous. Like you can get your set item of choice a lot quicker that way.
The prepper.
Yes.
I hear you.
Let's grab all these.
I hear you've done some.
Let's talk to all these guys. Now what? I wanna put 13 points here at least and like push the Arcanas as well a bit. We also have to go into the edge of Reality Rift here. Witcher 3 RPG would be cool only if you were able to like play something else than the Witcher class, you know? Like it's kinda one-dimensional otherwise. Yeah, to unlock the transmitter you need to find the tome in the Sunbane Oasis. Like the guy basically, if you pick up the quest before finding the thing, he basically tells you, like he sent out some apprentice or something like that, like trying to recover some tome for him. But the only thing you find is like his corpse, and the corpse has a tome on it. Play as a rat in Witcher. Like they're dwarves and stuff like that, right? And you play like a MILF Guardian. I mean, what? Alright, we killed this guy.
The camp, the primordial.
Yeah, usually for an RPG you need a story that's maybe not quite as set into stone as it is for Witcher. Like you want a bit more like freedom. And also Witcher is also like a lot about like the Witcher. So like it's like one character as well, like very, very defined character. And the problem is like you're like playing different factions, you would have to like basically like make campaigns for every different faction as well in a way, right? It's kind of the problem that also the Warhammer game has, right? Like Warhammer 40k is like a game of like very many different factions. And so that you had to kind of like go with, like they had to kind of like go with like one faction. In this case like Imperial, like the Imperium of Man, and then like they chose Inquisitors, right? As the theme, and like everything else is hostile. But what if you want to like play an Orc, or like what if you want to play like an Eldar, right? Like you just can't. But if you had a game like that that enabled that, then that game would have to have like basically... I mean, whoever is friend before is suddenly a foe and the other way around. So it's like very, very, very... how do you say that? Like it would require a lot of effort to like make such a game happen. Baron Heretic or Xenos? Of course. Imagine serving the false emperor, dude. What the fuck? Brew moment. What happens when you cleanse every shrine, every difficulty? Then you have cleansed all shrines and all difficulties. You're the shrine master, the master of shrines. It means that you used 3 blooms on the Cringe Shrine. Yeah, and you also used 3 ancient hearts on the shrine in Tomb of the Archon. Which is arguably even worse. What's the story like when you're playing as a ghost in Witcher 3 RPG? Yeah, exactly. Like, what's your story? What are they called? Drowners? Story in RPG, are you for real? Story is like unironically very important. I know like people are like lore or mega lore, right? I mean, sure, gameplay is more important, but lore is also actually like ridiculously important. Like look at Grim Dawn, look at all the successful RPGs, right? Like Path of Exile has actually like, if you look at it, decent lore. Or like at least it has like tons of lore, you know. Whether it's like good or not is like debatable maybe, but it's I think actually not that bad, and it has a ton of lore. Grim Dawn, same thing, right? It's like an entire world built together. Insane lore. Diablo, I mean, the lore might not be like super complicated either, but like it's there, and there's a story. And presentation of the story is very good and important, and that's like a vital part of why the game like became so successful as well, right? Option lore is amazing. Forced lore is meh. Yeah, I kind of agree. For RPGs, that's like yeah. If you like playing, if you want like forced lore, then you should play like a quick time event kind of game, right? Or like maybe some like just standard RPG. Or something like maybe God of War, right? That's like forced lore basically. If you want like optional lore, that's like just way better for an RPG in my opinion. Like even Elden Ring has, I mean Elden Ring has like some forced lore of course, but also like tons of optional lore. Like for an RPG, like Elden Ring has is very optional on the lore side, I would say. D3 story isn't good, nobody cares. But it has a story and it has good presentation of that story, even though the story is maybe not that good, but... You know, it has a story. And some people, like, unironically also like it. Like, especially the people that have never played Diablo 2, for example, right? There are, like, actually people that like Diablo 3 story because they've never played Diablo 2. Because they don't even know, like, who Deckard Cain is, right? Like, do you think, like, all those, like, people that have bought, like, Diablo 3 on console, they were, like, the main reason why, like, the game became so successful financially? Do you think all those people, like, play Diablo 2 and, like, care who Deckard Cain is? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can have the story in Witcher 3 as well, but you cannot have, like... The problem with an RPG is you need to have a character or like a bunch of characters that are basically like more or less in like the same starting position. They need to all be basically like from the same faction, more or less, and all more or less have like the same goal. So you can have like a linear, or like maybe not linear, but like at least semi-linear story, and they all can like fight the same enemies, you know. So in Witcher 3 you could play like, I mean, you can't play like as monsters, for example, like that's just not gonna work. You could play like as a witcher. You could play as a, I don't know, like a standard knight maybe. You could play like as a mage, like those people like Jennifer, right? And I mean, that's just like a female witcher in a way, though, I guess. And then what else? I mean, there are like some classes that you can like think of, right? There are some classes. You can play as a bard and like deal 0 damage and just write songs and pretend you're playing a game, I guess. I don't know. You can be a vampire, you can be a cursed. I mean, you can't... I mean, I guess you could like make some of the monsters have like, you know, like good versions in a way, or like you could just also like set it up so that the character isn't necessarily like always the good guy. You know, I mean, some Witcher are like also going mad or like killing innocent people and stuff like that. You could set it up like that. There's a shrine in this one as well, so I'm leaving a portal here, going to the next portal, the next waypoint, and then porting back for the shrine. Monsters aren't necessarily bad in D3, in Witcher 3. That's the whole point. Humans are more often the worse than monsters, I guess. Do I like any character in the LE story? The problem is their voice acting is shit right now, so it's kind of hard to like get immersed. Like the NPCs, they all have like shit voice acting. I mean, I'm saying that coming from a game like Grim Dawn where not all characters have voice acting, but like the ones that matter at least have proper voice acting, you know? Or like, at least they have voice acting. Yeah. Also, I feel like introduction-wise, the first act in LE, like in Grim Dawn, it's I feel like way more intuitive, right? Like it's all about like the warden and like him, like the ethereal zombies, you yourself being possessed. Like, you know what's going on in Act 1 Grim Dawn, right? Like this, the presentation for Act 1 is actually decent. Like, you have the cutscene at the start, right? That actually like gives you a decent introduction. I'm sure it's not like top quality cutscene, but it's not like Diablo 3 kind of cutscene. But it's a cutscene, and it like it tells you what's going on, right? And then you have the Hangman and Captain John Bourbon like telling you also about the situation. You have like a story building up there, and like you have this the logbooks from the Inquisitor, and then when you like finally meet the Bourbon prison, I mean not Bourbon prison, the like Krieg's mansion, you're like, holy fuck, okay, this is gonna be scary as fuck in there, right? You're like, because you already like know what kind of guy that Krieg guy is. So I don't know, at least that's how I like felt when I was playing Grim Dawn the first time. But in LE, like the first cutscene is like character dependent, right? And the cutscene is like, it's just like telling like, I am a mage, I am a rogue. I'm like, okay, cool. I mean, I already knew that when I like chose you in the character screen. It doesn't like really introduce you into like where you are, why you are there, why you're traveling there. I'm sure there is a reason why you're like on that path and like why you're traveling there, like why you fled some kind of like main capital or something like that, and then you find this like weird shard and then you time travel and then I don't know. Then you delete Krieg in like 30 seconds. The first time I was playing Grim Dawn, I got like, I rather like died 10 times to Krieg, I think. I don't know. And also back then, like I didn't know anything about Grim Dawn and the game was also a bit harder back then. Yeah, in PoE, I mean, when you click on the characters, right, you have the narrator like telling you basically who the characters are, right? And like why you have become an exile, why you're pushed into exile, like punished with exilement, and then you're stranded on the strand because, well, you have been like basically dropped off at the exile island or something like that, right? So that is like kind of an introduction, and then you like meet the guys at the first hub and they talk to you some things about some things, and then the rest I don't understand either, but yeah, at least introduction is also like working there. Yeah, like honestly, like the first time I played PoE, like I knew what's going on, kind of, like at least in Act 1, or like at least the first part of Act 1. Then it gets a little wild in my opinion, but I think I read Pity's book at some point, maybe I forgot again. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to like tell you what's in there right now. But yeah, I mean, it's something that I definitely like clicked on. Definitely. And also, yeah, I do remember like some parts of like general like PoE lore, like clicking on all of like lore stuff already, like in all the like Act 1 maps as well. Like even before the Piety one. In LE you have like no narrator, you have like no lore notes, you only have NPCs, which do like tell you some things, like the first time you get to the first, the last refuge and stuff like that basically, or whatever it's called. Like, okay, you understand, like, okay, like this is like a future, like a grim future where like everything is being like, you know, sucked up by the void slowly but surely, and it's like the last like refuge, whatever it's called, of humankind basically, and like people are struggling to stay alive, blah blah blah, blah, right? So I mean, that's kind of cool. But like, what's up with this like epoch and like, for example, it took me a while to like understand that like Raya's forces, like those like those eagle humans, those are like basically like the Emperor's forces or something like that, right? And like the Emperor is kind of like evil and something like that. And the epoch is like some kind of device to like travel through time. But yeah, the problem is still like voice acting. Like you have, they also like updated the UI, they updated like the conversation files, I think, like partially at least. But There is no voice acting. I mean, there is no voice acting Grim Dawn either. But you, like, look at the lore density, right? Like, in this area there were like already like 3 lore nodes, right? If you read the stuff, you're like, no, okay, like, this is like almost like Sunward Spires, like where the people, like, I don't know, worshipped some sun. Was it like Korvac or Uzuin? No, Uzuin was like Uzuin's eye. It's been a while, honestly, with this lore here as well. I should read stuff maybe again. It's pretty good. I really like the Forgotten Gods lore. Like the story of like Ulzuin being like the guardian of Korvac basically, but Ulzuin getting seduced by Bismiel, and then like the witch gods basically being able to backstab and dethrone Korvac because of Ulzuin's like getting seduced by Bismiel. That's why like we always call like Ulzuin the simp, right? I mean, he became a simp only because of Bismiel, because before that he was basically like one of those guys who, you know, are like abusing their power to have like a different woman like every day. That was like who Ulzuin was, right? And then he met Bismiel though, and Bismiel like was the first woman who, you know, that was good enough for him for more than a day, so to say. And because of that, she was like able to, well, seduce him in a way that he like blindly trusts her, and that way, well, her and Drieg and Bismiel were like able to get to Korvac and like dethrone him and stuff like that. It's pretty nice lore. Like some pretty nice stories there in my opinion. I don't know. Great place. Holy fuck, why is it so loud? Absolute cancer. Way too dank, yeah, exactly. There are some lore series as well on Grim Dawn, I think some guy like started doing like lore, at least for the first couple of acts. Not sure if he did it like for all the acts though. I mean, Otter also did some like lore videos, but in this case I'm actually like not talking about the Otter, but like someone else. Nice cocktail, yep. Death to heathens. And like, but like when you read the entire like Forgotten Gods lore, right? You really wonder, alright, like, am I actually doing the right thing here? Or are we like helping the bad guys? You know, like, are we actually like helping the witch gods who are maybe not actually good, but actually evil? You don't know. I mean, Grim Dawn is very like 40k, Warhammer 40k inspired, honestly, when it comes to, for example, having no, like, clear hero in a way. I mean, in Act 1, like, you understand, okay, like, you have to, like, defend these people from, like, the Ethereals and stuff like that. But, like, later on it shifts a bit, and you also, like, side with people, like, Hyman's Chosen, for example, like, do you, like, are they good or are they not good? Vigils seem like better guys. Like more friendly guys overall. But if you like check out what Uruburuk did, for example, and like them like being basically the followers of Uruburuk, then you're like, okay, are they actually like good guys or are they also just evil? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Can you farm gear at 100 or do you need to finish the campaign and ultimate first? Once you are 100 and ultimate, you can basically start farming gear. Like The only thing that matters really like for farming gear is being an ultimate for like better drop chances, being 100 so that you don't get like low level items. And dude, this energy is kind of terrible right now, not gonna lie. And other than that, I mean, just like do whatever is like the most efficient for like farming items, which is usually Shattered Realm or Crucible, but like you need to do like very high shards in the Shattered Realm or like very high waves in the Crucible, and if you can't do that, then you should rather do like roguelike dungeons or just like farm totems. Like farming totems is really good loot as well for like a build that can't do like really hard content yet. How long was Grim Dawn in early access? That's a good question. I mean, Grim Dawn was never in early access, was it? It was just like a fundraiser, something like that, and then they had like some play testing, but it was never like real early access, I think. Or was it? It was? I have no idea. Was it? In a way, it was? Okay. I don't remember. I mean, I haven't played it back then. I didn't even know about it back then. There was a beta. Okay. A Kickstarter, yeah. Grim Dawn was an alpha in 2013. Okay, and it released 2016, so 3 years of alpha and beta. That's it. Right. I guess. Yeah, like the very first iteration of Grim Dawn only had Act 1. Like initially, the game was also like supposed to be like only a very small game, like with only like Act 1 and that's it. You can kind of tell that like Act 1 is a bit more detailed than like all the other acts. And yeah, if you know that like the game at the very initial phase of the game was supposed to be only Act 1 and nothing else, you know why like Act 1 is a bit more detailed than the rest. Balloon stock arrive. Those names. Dude, it's so funny, like all the like meme names that I see in my chat, it's always like Alcazar viewers or like Alcazar subs even. Every single time. It's so funny. I mean, I think it's funny, I think it's cool, but it's like, yep. Another Alcazar viewer. Yep, another Alcazar viewer. Monka. It's always them. I mean, I'm not saying like, god dang those Alcazar viewers. It's more like the opposite. I like watching him as well. He sure is a character. Like in a good way. In a fun way. Alright, so I would need one more for Uzin's Torch. Or wait, no, to go for Behemoth first, right? Let's get some healing here. So if you're an Arcanist, you can actually put like your Behemoth pretty comfortably to Arcane Will. Arcane Will procs when you're like around 70% HP, right? 75 even. So yeah, it's pretty nice to like put it there, to be honest. Especially on a build like this is not a regen build, right? If you were like an actual regen build, you might want to put Giant's Blood to something that's like permanent. So they have like that regen up all the time. But on a build like this, you kind of want like some of the regen, sure, but also like the heal. And the heal is like actually more important, or like more useful rather, if you put it onto something like Arcane Will that procs at say 75% of your HP, right? Pretty cool. I am sorry, my daddy.
I am sorry, my chosen.
And he's dead.
You disappoint me, Kaiman. After all these centuries,
LA went open beta in 2019.
dare not even show their faces.
Really? Yeah, normal mode sure is rough. It sure is the tutorial, basically. Extended tutorial, right?
How long did they think this would last?
I don't know when LE went open beta. It might have been 2019, yeah. Something like that. Wait, where do you see on Steam, like, when you bought a game? Is there a way to see, like, when you bought a game on Steam? Apart from, like, your payment history, I guess. Activity? Download dates, yeah, but I uninstalled it, I think, at some point, and reinstalled it as well. Just check the release date on Steam. Wait, last epoch got like more expensive, it's like 4 more. Recent reviews for Eddie are only mixed? Wait, what? 63% recent reviews? Monka. What? Dude, that's like way worse than I thought it would be. Okay, but like when was it released? Oh, April 30th, 2019, yeah. Okay, yeah, I think I got it like around that time-ish. No, actually I got it later. I got it later than that. Oh yeah, I remember 2019, that was like shortly after Forgotten Gods release, right? Yeah. Yeah, I remember, for example, like Malagant bought it back then, and there was like this tournament as well, right? This arena tournament. They did like around release of the early access. Yeah. I think I got it like either late 2019 or even like early 2020 only. Like in 2019 when they released it back then, like, holy, it still looked terrible, like visually, right? It looked so bad. Like, not quite as bad as an alpha when you got it, but like, pretty much almost as bad still. And they had like, what, like 2 acts? Like, what was the final act boss? Like, I think Immortal like, I remember like Imperial Age already existing, like with the skeletons. But I think like Admiral Hartin was like the final boss or something like that. On early access release. Oh, stage 1 done? Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be just as hard as Dude in Fight, I guess. Music is good though. Like the 2 seconds that it's playing. Stage 3. Animation longer than his actual like fight. Monster frequencies are balanced, copium. Yep. Thank you. You feel like Grim Dawn is your best game purchase, your best value game purchase ever? $25 for everything, you played like 4K hours, holy shit, yeah. I remember getting the base game on sale back in the day, because, I mean, I generally just like bought games on sale back then. And then I was like, okay, this game's pretty good. Expansion 1 came out, okay, full price, whatever. I feel like Grim Dawn was pretty much the only game I bought full price, like the expansions at least. In like the last 10 years, pretty much. His count has been crushed.
See anything you like?
Crushed and wrecked by Monster and Frequency, yep. So another item you could play, right, on this character would be the Molten Claw Slicer over here. This one gives you physical to fire conversion to canister bomb, and then you can basically play canister bomb instead or on top of like Grenado. Like your cocktail is gonna be a bit weaker, sure, but canister bomb is like pretty strong as well. The negative thing about that is that, well, you will need more skill points because you still need to play cocktail kinda. And then you have to like redistribute some of your skill points from cocktail to canister bomb. And then your cocktail will be not only 371 fire damage and 2 skill points weaker, but probably a lot weaker than that. But it is certainly like a viable option. I mean, I played it in the past as well. But since I already played that, I'm gonna probably not play it here. This one has physical resistance to flame touch, right? Not a bad item in general for a build like this. Oh yeah, and you could play something like this then as well, right? You could play like a Chosen Spoilers or like +3 canister bomb as well. To like further boost your canister bomb. So there are like lots of options that you can do here. Instead of like my current setup. I mean, current setup is not bad though. You can also play like empowered Molten Walkers, of course, to have even more damage in cocktail. But honestly, these are just like OP at this level, like so good defense for hardcore at least. Okay, so the only thing I want to do now is see whether or not my resistances are good enough for elite, right? I have 59 overcap on fire, 34 on lightning and cold, 27 on acid and 33 on piercing. Going from normal to elite, you only lose 25% to the upper row here. Everything else really doesn't matter, so this character is like good enough to go for elite difficulty now. However, there's one slightly annoying thing that I still have forgotten here about actually. And that is the hidden path, right? The hidden path is a 4-part, well, hidden questline that you have to do in all difficulties to like gain access to your last, like, to additional skill and attribute points. And the first part of that one starts over here in... Actually, wait. Before we do that, let's finish this quest real quick. Dahlia, or Dyla rather, is gonna be chilling over here in the Valley of the Chosen.
Hello again, my friend.
Let's give her back her mother's amulet from her dead father. And let's go back to Devil's Crossing. Yo, walk in, welcome in, welcome in. Migok, welcome in. See anything you like? Come and see what's left of what's left. When is the new PoE League? March? It might be like late March, I guess, right? Late March, early April maybe. Next league is gonna have less content than current, right? Like, current was like the big league they do like once a year. So the next 3 are gonna be like minor leagues again. It wasn't big? Wait, which one was the big league then? They don't do big leagues anymore, like big expansion leagues anymore? Like the Atlas one? Wait, wasn't... what was it? Ritual was a big league, right? Arch Nemesis was the last big one? Oh. Is upheaval trash if you have any weapon pull skills? Upheaval becomes worse and worse the more you have, yeah. I mean, depending on what class you're playing, like say if you're like a shaman only, right, and you have no other weapon pull skills from other masteries, then you might consider like only putting points in upheaval and like not even getting feral hunger at all, right? Like that is a viable strat if you're like a shaman. Like if upheaval is like your only weapon pool skill, it's pretty good actually. Like then it can be decent. But it's still like on crit only, like remember that, right? So unless you have like really good OA, it's kind of trash anyway. Even if you have like no other weapon pool skills. How would I summarize current state of LE in my opinion, now that I have it cold? I mean, in my opinion, it's still like a decent RPG, but like... How do you say that? I also think like it needs a lot of work, and sometimes I feel like I don't know why they're like why they need like so much time for like certain things to change that should be. I mean, on one hand, like people say, yeah, okay, like certain things aren't like big deal or like a big concern. On the other hand, it's like current balancing in some ways is just weird, in my opinion. And like some skill trees are just like so terrible and have been the same since like 3 or 4 years already. And then you get a patch after like 1 year of not getting any changes at all. And then you look at the skill tree and it's like literally still the same, and you're like, okay, cool, I mean you focused on multiplayer this patch, I get it. But did like literally like no one care like balancing that one skill a bit? I don't know. I feel like their like development process or like progress, I mean it is there, right? It is there, but it's like so slow sometimes, I don't know why. I mean it's still way quicker than Wilson developers, like Wilson developers like literally do nothing. Like compared to Wilson, like LE devs are insanely good, right? Like no doubt about that. And you also can't like compare them to something like Blizzard and Diablo 4, I guess. Like those are even more people, but on the other hand you kind of have to in a way sometimes. Because it's gonna be like one of their like big competitors, of course. And also PoE. I don't know. I feel like there's just like way more going on like in Diablo 4 development or like in PoE development than there's going on like LE development. Most developers say that if you want to develop multiplayer, you have to do it from the beginning, because if you do it later, it fucks up. It will cause fuck-ups. Yeah, that's why they're like doing it like as early as they still can, kind of. And it has caused like some fuck-ups, and it has caused like some delays, of course, but it's still better for them to do it like now than to do it like later. Also, this is the Mad Queen right here. If you value your life on hardcore, you should never fight her in melee on this build, and you should never like stay close to her when she has her aura up, as long as you follow those rules. And or if you're like a god gamer and can like easily see her aura and like instantly nullify it after that, or like just mirror. Like unless you do all of those things, then maybe just like skip her for now, at least if you're playing hardcore. If you're playing softcore, like feel free to do her, and I guess on normal, on this build, if you're this strong, she's a joke anyway. But yeah, just be warned. Like she can be very rippy. Obviously with PoE, those guys are working on higher quality assets now. Yeah, and obviously they're like mostly working on assets that they can like sell for money as well. I mean, not mostly, but like of course like all the stuff like that gets introduced with like new maps or like new content, right? Like Sanctum and so on. But also Like in PoE, they could like, you know, update like some old armor models from like 10 years ago to make them not look like models from Minecraft or something like that. But they don't because, you know, money reasons, of course. Okay, so here's the third part of the hidden path. There's also like a shrine further to the east that you wanna maybe get. But I think I'm actually gonna skip it. It's fine, whatever. We're gonna get like some shrines on Elite instead. Not as mandatory, like you can get shrines at other points, but you cannot get this like skill point from like later. It's like locked behind this normal progression here. They're gonna update all the armor for PoE 2. I mean, that's nice. Oh yeah, okay, I mean, yeah, it makes sense that they, if they like re-rig them to new models and so on for PoE 2, then it would be like a waste of time to do it now. Yeah, I mean, that makes total sense. No, I mean, then they're like doing the right thing. I guess. And I mean, the stuff that they're still rigging into the old models right now, they're like pretty much only MTX, so they can like at least sell that. It makes sense. It makes sense, it makes sense. I mean, we're gonna get some PoE 2 updates like next ExileCon, right? Like this summer, like no way we don't. I mean, obviously, so it's gonna be interesting. We'll get the release date as well. That's nice. PoE 2 is real. I mean, Grim Dawn 2 is real, right? That's like actual copium. Grim Dawn 2 is real. Dude, this shrine like spawns 1 minion. What is this? Hello? Is this real? Is this shrine for real? Do the green pools ignore armor rating? Depends. Depends which kind of green pool you're talking about. There are tons of green pools in this game. Like poison or aether or ground effects or like on death stuff from enemies. So first of all, armor only works against physical. Like armor literally only reduces physical damage, nothing else. That's like the first thing. Second thing is there are some ground effects, like Aether Ground for example, that ignores all armor and all resistances. The only thing that works against that is like absorption. And also if something is like internal trauma based or like poison based, I mean, it will obviously also like ignore armor. Alright, we got the skill point, nice, nice. Which means we are basically free from normal and ready to go to elite, finally. Yo, Conan Workman. Yo, Megapair. Alright, I mean, let's go and start some stuff. Resistances are okay for elite. Sure, my Aether resistance is kinda low. 54% only, but I don't lose like another 25% to the lower row, so that's, I would say, like still acceptable, or like we can try to get some Aether resistance in the next act maybe. I mean in Act 1 in elite, right? Ideally you want to find, for example, maybe some shoulders or some helmet that gives you more resistances. Like shoulders and helmet is kind of low level and kind of low armor as well, like low armor rating right now for me. gloves are also like only level 30. It's not perfect here.
Let's see what I can do here.
Like these shoulders with like actual resistances on the affixes would be so good. But yeah, didn't happen unfortunately.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
It did not happen. Alright, thanks for watching on YouTube as well. I'll see you around on the next one.